Nick, it was in Greek game. And I was telling Alex she should make a post or something like that, and her response was, "Well, stab me in the chest with a trident." I meant to respond yesterday.
And then she didn't anyway.
I think she did
that
at some point. Though we're also still waiting on her because someone asked her a question after that. Rookie mistake. Never ask Alex a question. Ever.
Alex, I can't. I can't do it.
Don't ask her a question. It's a rookie mistake.
Rookie mistake.
You know better than.
I'm not a rookie. I'm making rookie mistakes, though. Let me tell you.
Some becoming.
I just want to be able to sleep through the night, man.
Well, maybe you could if
I don't do that anymore.
Yeah, no, I'm in Team Kim here, sleeping through the nights for squares. Well, I guess that tracks with Alex then.
Who'd be the most fun person to swing around like Bowser?
Wait, what?
You know, like it was like Super Mario Bowser.
No, I didn't hear you at all.
It's like swing around like Bowser.
I'm happy I was able to use my boo sound effect for that.
You're just kind of gaslighting me.
Yeah, I just went ahead and I got my boo for that. I'm very happy.
What are you doing?
I did my boo sound effect.
Did you do a sound effect?
Yeah. If it's not working on your end, that's your problem.
When I do a sound effect, I go.
No, I have my own. They're under Hannah sound bites. What? Even though they're no longer all Hannah sound bites.
Good.
I didn't know Hannah had the ability to bite sounds.
No.
So, anyway.
Man, oh man.
After saying your final goodbyes, making your final preparations, and spending far too much time figuring out what the plan exactly would be on your way out of Nashtween, you came up with one. To take the road less traveled, avoid Hatherton, avoid the crossroads, and make your way towards Borealis through the mountains of the south. The journey was fairly simple, fairly straightforward. You followed the road until you could get south towards the southern expanse, the southern Shamar expanse, where you cut through forest. Here, you made your way in and towards the mountainous terrain of the southernmost portions of Kyn Taryn's lands. On your first full day within these forests, you heard tell of a man crying for help. After seeing these seemingly rabid wolves the night before during your camp, you immediately rushed to help this man who was, even though he was red band, he was in danger, being mauled by a pack of wolves. Except they weren't. It was a trap. One that you fell into beautifully and were able to avoid the dire consequences of, as what seemed to be 4 werewolves, seemingly of the red band, working together to try and ambush you. You took them out fairly efficiently. One of them you were able to chain up while he was paralyzed by Owen. So, I would ask unto you all, as you reel from this battle with a chained up werewolf on the ground unmoving, Sophia, Owen, Evian, Rom, Ishri, Simon, and Walker. The fuck are y'all doing?
There was hopping right in there. Right. How bad does everyone look?
Sophia looks banged up. Like,
What's that mean exactly? What happened to her?
She got, it's like a werewolf jumped in her back at some point.
Yeah. Rom also got mauled pretty badly.
Can we have the battle map again then?
I mean, I thought it was visible.
Rum is pretty fucked up right now.
Yeah, Sophia and Rum
sitting down, taking
look
it
about
easy.
the same.
Yishri will go up to Rom and cast a second level Cure Wounds on her.
Thank you.
It hurts, as all Yishri healing spells do.
Oh, that's what we want. It's what we want to see.
It's just
Love it.
horrific, man. It's terrible.
Owen's begun to like rummage in his pack, kind of in a business-like way. He's obviously looking for his medical supplies.
All right. Who all's been hit by them? Scratched, bitten, anything?
I was only scratched, but I jumped on my back.
All of the above. Several times.
We'll have you right in the Jeff. No problem.
No, it doesn't hurt very bad. It's just after seeing what happened to Liliana, it's
Concerning.
Concerning.
Quite.
to say the least.
Walker's going to reach out to Ishri, the knife.
Oh, yes. She hands me the knife.
Walker will put it away.
At this point, Owen's spell has seemingly failed and given up.
Oh,
And-
he would have let it go as soon as the guy was securely in chains.
Okay. He is still conscious, and you can see, like, focusing very, not necessarily rapid, but very scared right now, like, like trying to move around.
Does he look like a member of the Red Band?
Right now he is in werewolf form.
Oh. That's unfortunate.
But he did at first when you saw him. This is the one that you initially saw pretending to be attacked.
Walker's gonna point the dagger at him and say, calm down and turn back.
Begins looking around, and then after a second, you see as the more canid features begin to falter, becomes human ones. No longer just very, very shitty Hulk-esque outfit at this point. Tattered pants, no shirt, just kind of like a bit of like a tattered shirt around the waist, like maybe up to like the belly button area, but that's about it, along with tattered pants, and not really wearing anything else right now. But he just, you can see kind of haggard look, a little on the fucked up side, has obviously been living out here a while, very dirty, very little on the malnourished side.
Red Bandish?
I mean, he was calling out in Lenorian when you first saw him.
Okay. So this is the same guy?
Yes, this is the same guy.
Oh, shit. Let's see, what else about him? Walker is going to retighten his rope bindings to ensure that he is not any closer to freedom.
Okay.
So you all have dealt with this before?
You could say that.
Okay.
Once.
Walker considers correcting Owen, but doesn't. It was not pretty. It ended up causing one of our friends to be afflicted by the same condition.
Oh, lovely. Okay. So, are we gonna try to get information from him? I'd rather not deal with him too long if we can avoid it.
Well, the first thing we should do is get those wounds cleaned up.
Fair enough. Sophia's gonna like keep very concerned, having concerned glances towards it, the werewolf man. And it
Right.
looks uncomfortable.
Rom, Evie, and Sophia, one of you step away. Ishri walks going to hand the knife back to her. One of you keep an eye on our guest for a while. Make sure he doesn't leave. Go free.
Oh, okay, yes. Ishri is going to just kind of loom over him, one hand, greatsword at the other.
Does she take the knife?
Yes.
Okay. You say knife in one hand, greatsword in the other?
Yes.
Ah, okay. I didn't catch the knife part. That's pretty good.
He, looking like a defeated, scolded child, doesn't even want to make eye contact with you, just keeping his eyes down, just looking towards the ground, chained up still.
Bad dog.
Can we move the tokens on the map for, like, the injured people away from the guy?
I mean, sure, I'm not really looking at it.
Makes me feel better. Walker will get out his healer's kit as well and prepare to assist Owen with this matter. This is not something Walker wants to fuck around with. This is... I think as Walker's getting his stuff out and joining Owen, he would say something under his breath along the lines of, "Wouldn't want another repeat incident like that."
I don't know if cleaning the wounds will help, but maybe it will.
I can't imagine it hurting.
And Owen's gonna sit our 3 injured parties down and begin the somewhat unpleasant, actually probably pretty unpleasant task of sanitizing
Sterilizing.
their wounds.
Some alcohol.
Yep.
Oof.
Alcohol, and then what, like herbs and random shit in the bag?
I mean, like his, he's got plenty of access to magical healing, but I think Owen thinks that maybe cleaning the wounds before closing them with magic might help. He
Okay.
doesn't know.
Oh, it tracks.
Nurse Simon would be helping Owen in anything he needs.
Walker is also there with additional supplies and arms.
So, is there like a way to know if you're afflicted by this or not?
Well-
If you are very hungry tomorrow morning, that is a good sign.
Behavioral changes almost immediately.
Okay.
Did we do some tests before? I'm not sure if I remember.
I remember Lily. When we got back to Varan Harbor, she, as Evian said, she was hungry, but for meat.
To the point of it being uncontrollable as well.
We also know the version to silver. If we press a piece of silver to your skin and it starts burning, then that would be a good way to indicate it as well.
Okay. Sounds good. I'll keep that in mind.
The man is still stirring slightly, trying to readjust as you guys patch up and discuss. Definitely still a sense of nervousness.
Does Owen go to do some of his magical healing after the cleaning has been done?
Quick, before I answer that, then quick question.
Yep.
Does it take long enough for us to take a short rest?
I mean, yeah, if you guys want to spend like an hour or so with this guy chained up, just patching yourselves up and everything. Sure.
I mean,
Well,
yeah, if he's properly cleaning up and patching up the wounds, like physically, it would probably take that long. For,
Yeah.
like,
Yeah,
two or three
I
people.
figured
Yeah.
Sophia got really messed up.
Rom
Evie
got
and
pretty
Rom
messed
pretty
up.
sim-
Yeah.
Pretty
Yeah.
similar. And this isn't like Owen's not. He's not trying to stop them from bleeding out. He's going methodically. He's like come over here, sit down. Take your shirt off so I can see your back and make sure I don't miss anything. Stuff like that.
Walker will ask Owen during the medical section, the cleaning. Ask him if he's. Have you done many surgeries, Owen?
More than I care to admit, I suppose.
If the red band's making use of this, then I might need as many silvered bolts as I can get. Do you think you'd help me retrieve some from... And he finishes the sentence with a glance towards the large body.
Let me finish up.
I don't mean now, I mean later. I'll need to go looking through the woods for the ones that missed as well.
We'll see to it. And during this conversation and pretty much the entirety of the short rest, Owen's he converses, but he doesn't like ever take his eyes off from his work. He's very focused on what he's doing, and he speaks to Sophia, Evian, and Rom in his kind of the familiar, at least to Rom and Evian, way that he does when he's doing this kind of thing. They've seen him do it before. His voice is steady, calm, but he is very direct, and he's got his doctor face on.
I think Owen would notice probably that this is the first time that Evian isn't like resisting and telling him to go look at other people first.
Because he looks a little concerned that he's a werewolf.
That would be
Yeah,
scary.
Sophia also looks pretty freaked out compared to her usual laid-back self.
Rom is trying to, like, not exactly make light of it, but
Put a
try to
brave face
seem
on.
more, like, loose and relaxed, but she's not doing that great of a job.
Walker will comment to Sophia during the process. Our friend who was afflicted was cured of it. While the cure was hard to come by, it does exist.
Well, that's something at least.
Then as we're patching up, I'm gonna send Onyx out just to scout around the area, make sure there's...
Go ahead and give me an Onyx perception check.
Gotcha.
Remember, that's advantage.
Yep.
Not too bad.
Out, occasionally swooping back to report no other wolven activity in the area that is noticed. At this point, you guys are free to finish your short rest, spend hit die, patch yourselves up, whatever you need to do.
I have a thing for this.
Oh boy.
Whoops.
I have to make a medicine check.
Believe. Do well.
You can believe.
Jesus.
So
Like,
fucking
do-
clean.
A heart transplant with that roll.
Oh yeah!
Let me just
Look
give
at me
myself-
go!
He's gonna remove that trident from his chest on his own now.
No, that's me, not Owen.
No, he's gonna remove Nick's trident. Ugh.
I'll go ahead
Zero
and just
damage.
take my 14 HP from my big hit die back. While I'm at it, I guess. Jesus.
Oh, what do I get?
Jeez.
Yeah, so
Uh,
if you spend a hit die, you can just
Yeah,
take
nice.
the maximum.
4.
Fuck, I keep taking short rests and not actually rolling the dice. Fuck!
Big fucking
Oh.
big doctor that makes all the rules. Owen is just going on it.
I think that's the highest skill check that I've ever rolled in D&D, right there.
Really?
That's pretty good, man.
Hey, what the hell?
I don't think
My
Quentin
con-
ever got
my
a
con
20
went back
on
down
any
to
of his skills.
13 on my sheet.
That's unfortunate.
I don't know how to spend it with that.
It's because I was fixing a
Alright, so I'll
bug.
just
It's
roll
fixed
it.
now, Alex. Should be. Yeah, it's fixed.
No.
Okay.
Close out the sheet real quick.
Okay.
Might want to just refresh the entire thing, Alex.
That's really weird.
I mean, that's what happened to me before when you fixed something for me.
No, this is something else.
Well.
Really weird. Hopefully you don't have to make 2 main cons. It didn't change your HP back. I was trying to fix that error at the right before the session started. I thought it was something to do with ROM.
ROM, the error.
Weird, it just let me update a ability score.
That's weird.
Well, we'll figure that out during the break. Until then, a +4, not a +1.
Yeah.
Once everybody is, their wounds have been cleaned, and Owen is sufficiently satisfied with his nurse's handiwork. He'll begin, probably starting with Sophia since she seems the most nervous. He'll kind of motion to her, and then to his charm, and he'll say, "I'm going to give you some of my magic just to make sure."
Okay, what does that entail exactly?
I can't recall. Have I used my magic on you before? I don't remember.
I think you might have healed me once.
Oh, it's going to be like that. Nothing fancy or anything.
Okay.
Walker watches intently.
Owen will he'll hold out his hand, and he'll like lay his right hand over over a wound that Sophia had, and he will close his eyes and murmur, "Karad, see to her wounds," and he'll cast a spell, which I realize is mostly superfluous, being that we took a short rest, but gotta do it anyway.
Sometimes you gotta do the big spell cast.
This is more of a little spell cast.
Yeah, it's a little something. It's only a little spell cast, only double digits healing. After having watched Owen do that, Walker's going to look towards Rom, who is matter of factly looking under the weather compared to the others. He's gonna pull out the charm. Yeah, do you mind?
What did you say, William?
Do you mind? Is what Walker said.
She looks kind of like slightly confused, but says, "Go ahead."
I'm gonna try that. Walker imitates Owen, holds the charm to Rom, and says, in Garish, "Be healed." The thing he'd heard Owen say a lot. And then when nothing happens, he just looks fucking embarrassed, and then plainly looks towards Owen and waits for him to come over and do it instead. Hey Ven, bonus action healing spirit.
I'm so confused. What's happening?
Let's see.
Owen's a pretty perceptive guy. Perceptive guy is what I meant to say. And once he casts a spell on Sophia, he's gonna give her kind of what he hopes is a reassuring pat, and he'll move over to Rom, kind of with I think there's pride in his eyes as he looks at Walker and sees what he does, and he gives him, like, as he gets over there, he gives him like a there kind of pat on his shoulder, and then he sort of steps past him to heal Rom.
Hold there for a second, Buckaroo. As Owen walks over to look over, Rom's now already tended wounds, he notices that where Walker had placed the charm, there is a small, almost cloud of dark smoke. It seems within the cloud there is a little bit of light shining through, like on a foggy morning. And Alex, your character, Miss Rom, is being healed, or isn't? It's not rolling. What's happening?
Oh no!
Foundry said.
Oh, it didn't work
"Not
after all. Oh
today,
no.
little man."
Well,
Foundry
let's just
disagrees.
do one of these. There you go,
Hey.
pal. And then let's see, I can do this number of times equal to 4 times. So what's your health at?
Oh, would not be there anymore, by the way.
I'm down 3.
Right, so you get one more.
Perfect.
The feeling is almost similar to Owen's magical healing, a warmth, but it's more distant, not as direct. Like being inside on in a cool inside on a hot day. Everyone else is at full health, right?
Yes,
Huh?
sir.
And then
Ron
sorry, go
starts to
ahead.
say something like, "Well, good try," but then she cuts herself off and sort of blinks.
After the healing
would
is
she notice the little
Yep.
cloud thingy?
totally, if she looks down.
Oh, well, look at that. Look, it's in it. Oh, and look.
It does end up dissipating after a short time.
Does Walker look away once?
He
Owen's
was
there?
looking away from the whole thing, feeling mighty embarrassed about a shitty attempt.
So as I said, Owen goes to give him a there pat, and then Rom says what she said, and he kind of sputters a little bit, and he sort of tries to direct Walker's gaze with his hand rather than continuing his pat, and he sputters a little bit, and he says Walker, look.
Walker does so. Face still a bit red, but it kind of the embarrassment being replaced by surprise, confusion, like he did not expect that to work. Didn't expect the funny symbol to be the key to everything. That's as it disappears. He says, "Did that work?"
I think so. Feel better. She stands up and does a stretch.
Walker looks to Owen to make sure that to double check, expecting him to double check, make sure that he didn't just kill Rom inadvertently or something.
Owen looks like he was about to say something, and then he kind of comes to himself, goes over to Rom to double check, and upon seeing that she's fine, he looks up at Walker, and there's I was gonna say fatherly pride, but if you've ever taught somebody something, and then there's the moment where they get it. That's the look that he has. His student has succeeded after many, many failed attempts, and he is so proud of what Walker has done.
Walker tries to regain his composure in light of this new happening. He tries to he puts the charm away and then looks to everyone. Right. So we've done everything we can. Hopefully no symptoms emerge from the affliction.
I feel
Sophia.
like we're just glossing over this. Did you just
Evian, he did? And Owen's got a big smile.
Evian, like Owen, is gonna have a big grin on his face, and he's just gonna slap you on the back a couple of times, Walker. Not saying much of anything, but
Several times.
Oh yeah, it's like a
Wait, don't do
like
it too much, or he's gonna have to heal himself.
Yeah, he's got 2d6. I'd like to use a key point for no.
Hey, Will, can you give me a con save?
Can you give me 3 cons?
Oh no.
No.
Recovering from the multiple blows, Walker looks to Sophia. Can I borrow that lantern of yours?
Yes, of course. I'm sure you hands it over.
I'm gonna go look for the silver bolt I missed with. Owen, if you'll help me with the other matter, I'd appreciate it.
I think I can do that. And he's still got that like big ass grin on his face.
Maybe Onyx could help as well with the bolts.
Yeah, of course.
I could help with the bolts as well.
Well, if you want to help me look for them, Evian, I'd appreciate it.
I've been known to spot a few things in my day.
Walker's going to take the lantern to make sure Evian has a torch that's lit, and he's going to begin scouring the forest for bolts that are missing. I don't remember how many hits I had in there, Vin, but I know that I am missing currently. Where the fuck is my inventory? I am currently missing 6 out of my 6 cruel silver hand crossbow bolts. Or barbed. I call them cruel. It's fun sounding. I don't actually remember how many hit and how many missed. I think it's like 4 and 2 or 5 and 1 or something like that.
Yeah.
I honestly can't remember.
Yeah, I think you only missed 1 or 2.
Either way, Walker's gonna be looking for the missing one. I guess with Evian helping, and then
give me a. You've got a lantern. You're looking for reflections in the silver. Give me a perception check.
Yeah, pretty much.
There should also be an owl.
As me and Walker are looking, I'd like to quickly turn around to where our friend is tied up and kick him in the nose.
I think Ishri's been standing over him the whole time.
Ishri's been standing over him.
Ishri's been standing right over him?
That's
okay. Ishri, you would like watching him. He has been like little by little, like inching. I did not realize you were standing directly over him.
Yes, Ishri, knife in one hand, greatsword in the other. At one point, if he's inching away, she would take the sword. I'm so sorry. Turn the sword upside down and like ram it through his thigh to try to keep him in place.
Roll an attack. Well, Evian, you're not getting a chance to stop him.
Yeah, that's fine. I don't mind.
I did not realize when Hannah said Ishri's standing over him, she literally meant standing over him. Oh.
Uh-oh.
Shit.
Roll damage. That would have had advantage, but yeah, roll another d20, see if it's a crit.
Not his femoral artery. I can't stop that.
It's not a crit. No. Just regular damage.
It would, if it's a femoral artery, he would bleed out within a minute.
Yeah.
We got magical healing. We can heal it around the blade.
All right.
You think I'm gonna heal through that? Get out.
She said she was bashing with the back of the sword.
No, I said she was taking the sword and ramming it through his thigh into the ground. So
through his
away.
thigh.
Jesus! As Evian, you turn and notice him inching. Start to say something like Walker. You notice him turning, and then you just see Ishri take her sword and and he is no longer moving.
Evian turns back the other way and says, "Well, that is taken care of."
Oh, is he not moving like dead?
He is definitely much closer to death than he was.
Okay.
Ishri, we don't want him dead.
If he's gonna fall unconscious, Ishri will give him 1 HP. You know, to heal the wound.
While he's impaled?
Yes, of course. He's not taking the sword out.
So as you're like, it might went too far, you touch him for 1 HP.
Wait,
Technically-
that problem?
Technically, though, I did say he would bleed out, but as long as she doesn't move the sword, he wouldn't bleed out because the
there
sword
you
would be
go.
blocking the
Okay.
bleeding, so he's fine.
There
Yeah,
we go.
Really fine.
Just don't remove the sword, and then
I
he'll
would
bleed.
argue that he's probably comfortable.
Okay.
It's just like having another bone, except it's the wrong direction and protruding in both directions. But you know.
Walker kind of he like rubs his hands on his temples. Owen, you might want to oversee that instead.
I suppose the bolts aren't going anywhere.
Walker's gonna go back to looking. My roll sucked, by the way.
Yeah, I did notice that.
What are we rolling?
There's also an
Perception?
Yes, perception. Onyx as well can roll
yeah,
a perception if he's helping.
Sorry, I got excited about the big roll.
I can never do that when we're traveling. However, silver bolts, that's expensive.
Very important.
All right, between Walker, as you, for the most part, maybe you're just caught up in your own head. Maybe you're focusing more on this hooded lantern. But
Walker does make sure to like point in the direction. Like you make sure the others know what the trajectory of the bolt was.
Eventually, with the help of Evian and surprisingly Onyx, who at one point like drops down and like grabs one and then like goes to hand it to you and then flies away a few feet and hands it to Evian instead.
Walker doesn't give a shit as long as we found it.
I will happily pet the bird on the head.
Onyx gives like a little bit of pride as he kind of lands to the ground and furrows his feathers back at Owen, or back at Walker.
If I have any bird like food fit for a bird.
Wait, fucking
small handful of rocks.
Fucking Evian should be on meat duty, dude. He fucking dropped all of our delicious dried meats on the ground.
Right,
Walker,
he
we have bigger concerns. We need weaponry, not food.
I agree. I did beat the shit out of a werewolf with a sack of meat.
What a weird thing.
You did do that.
Man.
Oh, so you guys eventually recover the bolts that are hidden, get the food recovered, most of it okay. Like probably gonna want, like, you know, at least like you're not getting a 5-second rule out of any of this meat. A sack of meat just exploding. It's just I don't know how to. This is not something they train you in DM school.
After we get done finding the lost bolts, Walker would take over prisoner and issue supervision from Owen, so he could do the other thing with. I think Simon was helping him with the surgery.
Yeah. Well, yeah, more or less just cleaning things and stuff like that.
Yeah, they're right there.
I mean,
Yeah,
this
I
is gonna be
imagine-
a lot less delicate, right? Like we just have to carve out fucking.
Yeah, these are like barbed. They're not
Yeah.
meant to come out.
So,
Yeah, but it's not alive, right? So
Yeah, no.
there's no like the
You can
thing
butcher
about
the
the thing about a barbed bolt is that it's really hard to get out without causing more damage.
yeah,
Yeah.
But like it's already dead. So
yeah. So who cares if you cause more damage?
Exactly. You just
Give me
yank that
a
shit.
medicine check, Owen. Is Simon helping?
Yeah.
You have advantage. God, if you roll 2 nat ones and ruin these bolts.
Why would you say that?
Nice.
The only nat ones
You were
were
able to
both of the
recover
ones in his
all of the bolts. None of them have taken significant damage. One of them, like, you can see the shaft is, like, cracked from where it looks like it went in and hit the spine of one of them.
I think Owen's cognizant enough to know that Walker's mostly concerned about the head, the
Yeah.
arrowheads.
No, you're able to
Walker
recover
probably
all the
just
heads.
replaced
That one was a little bit of work. Like, you got a little bit of your surgery practice on that one, having to, you know, carve into the kind of like stomach cavity area and pull out just the head because the rest of it was cracked off.
I had to get my knives out.
Yeah.
Simon,
Yeah.
make sure you use your magic to clean off any of the bodily fluids. We don't know.
Owen kind of just like holds out his disgusting hand.
I mean, Simon knew he signed up for this job, so.
Sophia might help out as well for the cleanup.
Alrighty. So, with that, after maybe another 20-30 minutes, well into the early afternoon now, you guys get all of your things organized. You get your meat cleaned up. Get your Walker's silver bolts back. This man who has now been pinned to the ground via greatsword, still unconscious, mostly in pain at this point. He doesn't seem like he's at risk of immediate death. Just the pain of being impaled through the leg. What are you guys doing?
Once all the bolts are back, then I'm just gonna mark it that I have full bolts, and I'll, Walker will, do the thing at some point.
Just
Fix the one.
Walker. We know that silver does more against werewolves. Do we know that it hurts them without actually doing damage to them? Do we know if it just hurts them by pressing on them?
Hard to say. I know,
we have a subject right here, and we also have silver.
When Jakeman held this silver dagger, he seemed to be in pain, if I recall. So, it's possible.
Could I borrow one of your bolts?
Maybe try the silver dagger instead.
That
a bit less delicate,
works.
that. Ishri has it, by the way. Remind you.
Right.
In hand, standing over the unconscious guy.
Hey, Ishri, could I borrow that dagger for half a second?
Oh, of course, yes. And then she reaches into her boot and grabs her knife out of her boot, so she got something else in her hand.
Fair. All right. And Evian's going to press it against this man's
I
forehead.
think she gave you a regular dagger and not the silver one?
No. She gave me the silver and grabbed the one out of her boot, so she had a
okay.
weapon. Yeah.
Misunderstood, apologies.
Then I'm going to press the flat of this blade against this man's forehead.
He immediately just, you start to just see burning, and then after a second, within a few seconds, the burning turns from red to kind of white, and he just, from unconsciousness, a new pain, and he just, eyes shoot up. And if you would please, roll a d6.
Oh my god.
After a few seconds, you see as the flesh on his forehead begins to burn off. And he is now unconscious and dying again.
I will take the dagger off. I will take the dagger off.
Yeah, you pull it off, and he is now unconscious and dying.
Maybe we should stop killing this
Hey,
man.
Ishri, could you make him alive again?
Yes. Ishri gives another
Sorry about
HP.
that.
Another 1 point!
What a generous
As he comes
captor.
back, just immediately his eyes shoot open, and then you just see them roll back as he passes out from pain again.
Sorry, buddy, just a little bit of testing. And I hand the dagger back to Ishri.
Walker actually hold out his hand to get the dagger.
Okay. I'll give it back to Walker then. I think it hurts them.
Walker kind of eyes the fucking leg where the sword's been put in.
That couldn't have felt great either.
He
Owen,
also looks concerned.
could we do something about that? Remove it and heal, or I
The whole
don't.
leg or the sword?
I did mean the sword.
He's not going anywhere, is she? Owen kind of steps up and motions for her to fucking remove her sword from his leg.
Ishri removes it, and then I'm assuming it'll start bleeding, so I guess she'll cauterize it with another HP.
Alright. Give me a strength
also-
check. Let's see how well you can remove this.
Can I hold the leg down for her? To try to at least make it stable so she doesn't shred it.
Yeah, sure.
I'm gonna look away.
Ugh.
Normal
Extreme
skill, then?
strength check. Athletics check, actually.
Does it have advantage because he's holding it down?
Yeah, sure. You,
Oh, wait, how does it do
at
advantage?
what point you just
You already have advantage.
and
Okay, cool.
You do kind of pivot it to the side and kind of tear up a bit on the left side, on the top part of the leg as you pull it up, where it seems like it got stuck on a root or something under the ground. But you and get it off, and yeah, that's.
He gets another HP. Of healing to cauterize it.
Yeah. Again,
What a
his eyes, and he just
generous
immediately
dude.
and then passes out again.
Man, this guy's having a shit day, huh?
Yeah,
I'll
seems
tell
to
it.
be
I'll
that way.
say.
Scowling, Walker says,
Yeah, he deserves it.
I don't exactly feel great about this one, to be honest. But, well, we still have a job to do here.
I mean, it
some-
seems like he probably helped convert at least one other person into a werewolf, so my sympathy for him is a bit down the drain.
Walker kind of like slaps the guy a bit, like not like hard, like enough try to wake him up a bit.
I don't disagree, Evian, but as with the Soul Strider, I don't think he deserves to be tortured.
No, I mean, I feel a bit bad about his leg,
but not his forehead.
That was scientific.
I'm kind of like narrow size, but
anyway.
As you kind of slap him, he just he is technically conscious, though obviously in comically excruciating pain right now, and he's just staring straight up.
Sophia would try to clean him up, make sure he doesn't have like foam in his mouth or anything. Tried to offer him a mouthful of water so that he can actually speak.
Walker's gonna like, what is he doing? Like through a water skin or something?
Yeah, Sophia's
Walker's
getting...
definitely
That's Sophia, not Ishri.
You just called her Ishri.
What did I say? God damn it!
You're not the same person.
Fuck it, whatever. Anyway,
you gotta say nurse after every sentence. Come on, Cameron.
Sorry.
Walker's gonna stop Sophia from giving him water. Hang on. And he's gonna get out like a cup from his mess kit and, you know, pour some of his own water in that. Offer it to the man.
He does not seem to have the strength or energy to actually grab it. He is looking at it pleadingly.
He's hogtied. He's not grabbing shit.
Yeah,
Walker's
but
he
is looking pleadingly at it.
Yeah, Walker, you know, gives him water.
What are you people?
We'll be the ones asking questions. Grabbing the knife that was at his side, Walker's going to hold his hands kind of like crouched to be, you know, not too close, but, you know, so the guy can easily see the knife. Now, I don't know what you did to get thrown into the red band, but you're not wanted dead or alive here. In Garland, everyone wants you dead. So you're going to do what we say if you don't want that to happen.
He just gives this slow blink, mouth still open, just water and blood just pouring out of it from where he was drinking.
Yeah, Sophia's trying to keep up precipitation to help prevent that from happening too much.
Okay.
What is your name?
Calvin.
Excuse me while I get a new part of my notes together. What's this area called, then? Shaymar Forest?
Yeah, this would be the southern Shaymar Forest. Like, yeah, the southern Shaymar Forest.
Okay. How long have you been a werewolf, Calvin?
I tell you all this. I live.
Walker considers for a moment. I don't think that's up to me. I'll ask you again. Walker says, holding the knife a bit closer. How long have you been a werewolf?
This thing. Once. Shakes his head again. Once.
How were you infected?
He gave me something, a potion. Told me it would make me strong.
Why were you out here? Why were all of you out here?
Trying to escape. Trying to survive.
My God, he's a deserting werewolf.
Horrifying. Who gave you the potion? Your commanders?
He gives a nod. Not. By order. The adjudicator. But it wasn't. Some chemist came by giving him out at the war camp.
With the Soren Chemistry Company?
I don't fucking... What?
Never mind. How long have you been out here?
He looks and... eeks.
How many potions were given out at the camp? Many?
He thinks again. $40, $50, maybe more.
Owen swears.
Don't know. Some of them didn't. Some of them didn't take. Sick and died.
What was your intention with ambushing us like this?
Fucking starving, trying to survive. You know how hungry it makes you, being a monster like this.
Sadly, I'm familiar.
You must understand. It wasn't my choice. Need to eat.
Were you flesh eaters?
Out here, we've just taken whatever we could get. Rabbits, deer. The first
How many
people we've seen.
So no people then.
First we attacked. Just so hungry. Just looks at you. This can't be sated. Every night. Gets worse. Worse.
To clarify then, before he said he was by command of the adjudicator?
Yeah.
That the potions were given out?
Yeah.
Okay, I thought so.
What about the big one? And Owen points to the monstrous wolf.
He did shrink down, remember, when you... He looks at him and shakes his hand. Shakes his head over and over again. Master. You're good. Took well. Gave him more. The stuff. I didn't get it. Said it was so we could be stronger, not need to sleep. It's so... Fuck.
Do you know if there are more like you? Those who are afflicted, who have William's not thinking of the word here.
Escaped? Or deserted?
No, it's deserted. Who have deserted?
Sure. A lot of people talked about it. A lot got away when we moved to Paralis.
Do you remember why you deserted? Was there something that... a straw that broke the camel's back?
Don't want to fucking die. I'm already a monster. We just wanted to live.
Walker looks down, away from the man, scowling, remembering the status of his good friend, Jakeman.
Is there a way we can cure them?
Not ourselves, I don't think.
Not
Unless so, and your magic has gotten leagues more powerful.
Since Lily, it has, but I am afraid such power is still beyond my reach.
Walker stands and joins the others a little ways away from the man. The cure we found before was created by a magic user who experimented on humans. We were forced to fight her, capture her. We ended up slaying her later on. The cure was something she had in her. Something she had on her.
I assume there is no chance that several of you could combine your magic. I don't know if that works
That's
like that.
not exactly how magic works, and also we have very different types of magic. So far, from what I can see, Walker and Owen have a somewhat similar magic, and so do we and Simon, but we have different methods of casting.
I wouldn't include me in anything like this. I still don't know shit about how anything works.
You did something that's more than most of us can say. Well, I guess in this group, more than I can say.
Walker offers even a slight grin, but quickly regains his scowl. My thoughts are turning to Jakeman. We talked to this man. I told him to go visit that company. Hope for a cure from them. Something tells me that might not be happening.
I fear the worst.
Doesn't have to be now, but if one of you would contact him, check in, it would be appreciated. Also, it might be a source of information for us.
It's not only him. Lily went to see them as well.
Did she? I thought she gave up on that when she was cured.
I think she said that she meant to go and check in with them, so wanted posters weren't posted all around the north for her.
My hopes are higher for her, since she was no longer afflicted, but...
I mean, if they're giving it out to people...
It is possible that they meant to use it as a weapon.
I wouldn't put it past them.
I can check on both of them. Quick.
That would be ideal.
Hold off until we're done here, but I'd say do so as soon as possible.
Could we send this man to them? Or is that not a possibility?
I don't think it wouldn't be wise. Not if they're the ones who caused this.
Ishu just nods and says that.
Bastards.
Then I guess we know what we have to do with this one.
Sadly. Is there any other questions anyone has for him?
We cannot take him with us. We cannot
Walker shakes his head, not disagreeing, agreeing with Owen that no, it would be unwise. You know what I mean. Walker agrees with Owen.
I think Owen's like, he's more, there's no interrogative tone to his voice. He's more like thinking out loud, somber.
You can't pity the undead just because they're hungry. You have to do what you have to do.
But he is not undead, Ishri. He is a person.
He's gonna keep killing people if we just leave him here, so...
Sadly, a person turned into a monster.
I know that. Just...
If we could do something for him, it might be different.
We don't have the resources to spare.
I think if we could do something for him, we would do something for him. We do not currently have the ability to do something for him.
a nice
not
sentiment, but a
we're
nice
not
sentiment doesn't save a man's life.
We're not exactly close to somewhere where we could just get somebody else to do the work. We'd in the middle of the woods, far away
I feel
from
like even if we are in the middle of Garland, where this is a member of the Red Band, it would not go well either way.
Fair enough.
Ishri nods and starts heading over to him with her sword.
Evian's not gonna stop her.
Walker's gonna walk over with her.
Sophia will just bend down to the man and just say, "Do you have a favorite smell?" This might seem odd, but still.
He won't even make eye contact.
She'll just nod sadly, and she will go ahead and try to clean him up real quickly and give him a feeling of warmth around him, and as well as the smell of freshly baked bread.
You can see fear, and he is literally shaking in.
Try to think of home, Kelvin.
Ishri takes his head off.
Owen forces himself to watch.
Rom does not watch.
Simon does also not watch.
Sophia, who is concentrating her spell, is nearby.
With that, last of the werewolves you have encountered passes.
Walker turns and walks away back towards where the others are. This does leave us with a major issue. The Red Band has employed use of werewolves. On top of that, there are several who have deserted. Garland now has to deal with that in addition to the Red Band.
Well, it's better that we know at least.
Yes, this should be... Walker looks to Owen. You should let your father know, or someone.
If I'm not there to explain it, if we have no proof, I am not sure he will understand.
I think trying would be better than not in this case.
Well, they don't seem to be going directly for the towns yet, at the very least. If they're roaming the forests mainly, you can tell your father to be wary of deep wilderness, as there might be more monsters than there usually would be. And the monsters can take form of humans. Or are fundamentally humans. That at least he should be able to understand.
I'll see to it.
What proof could we even bring back with us?
One shrugs.
They don't look like wolves anymore.
It is, as I'm sure you all know, it is one thing to be prepared, afraid of something that you can't see, something that is an idea, a tale. It is far more to see it with your own eyes.
Maybe so, but even without proof, it's better to have handling procedures, knowing what to do with people who have such an ability and what they're capable of.
Ishri starts collecting the bodies to burn them.
Seeing Ishri do that, Walker's going to begin gathering some kindling. Preferably one of the areas with the lower brush, so we don't start a fucking forest fire.
Rom will help Ishri.
Sophia will do her best to prepare an area where, like, clear out grass and, like, plants in an area so that we can start a bonfire without it spreading anywhere.
Owen will help with that.
Evian and Simon watch.
You guys prepare a pyre for a little while and eventually get the bodies onto it and burn them.
Walker does go through their belongings, if they have any left.
Nothing really more than clothing, which is mostly tattered. They seem like they've been living more as wolves than humans.
Unfortunate.
After a little while, you guys get the bodies set up and begin burning them. And as you watch these once woven bodies burn, we will go ahead and take a quick break. All right. Are we ready?
Yep.
I didn't hear a thing William said.
Hey, Bob? Hey, Bob?
Yeah?
What if we've been wrong all these years and Nick was the weedy sibling?
You know me, weedist
The what do you-
extraordinaire.
Anyway, let's play D&D or something. I don't know. Nick, say your catchphrase.
Guys, that is genuinely not a joke. That is the noise I make to get my cat's attention. I wish I was joking.
Hang on. Let me prepare a laugh for you. Go and say it again.
Okay. Let me just Oh, that's not a laugh.
Sorry.
Anyway, so D&D. Let's do that thing. As you guys burn the bodies of these once intrepid, hopeful lawbreakers of Lenore, no idea why they were here, what crimes they committed, what happened to them. It is, you know, early to mid-afternoon at this point, though you can't say exactly for sure. What are you guys doing?
As the bodies burned, Walker is already working on a new shaft for the one bolt that needed it.
Owen is he's watching the fire. Every once in a while, he makes a circuit to make sure it's not spreading. Glances up at the canopy to make sure, you know, nothing's catching up there. But otherwise, he's quiet.
And for the second time in like 3 sessions, you guys have interrogated and killed someone and then burnt their body. You guys are getting way too common at it.
Listen, we have our procedures.
So often.
Oh, anyway.
Yeah.
So, with that,
Looking up from his work, Walker will comment, "We should be off soon. We spent a lot of unexpected time here." Walker looks over to Rom. "Do you want to see about those messages?"
Oh, yeah. Of course. Let's see. Okay, let's do. Let's do Jake first.
Did she say that?
that sounded like Alex.
I wish she said that. Let Walker dictate this one.
Hey, Walker says hello. Or Moses says hello. Let's do that.
You bitch.
How's everything going? How are you?
Okay, Moses says hello. How's everything going?
How are you?
How are you? That's what you're sending.
Maybe add at the end, just checking in. I'm sure this is going to be received well.
Been better. You're a sight for sore eyes, though. In so many words, I guess. Sending me to that chemist was a bad idea. They haven't let me leave in weeks, months. A damn dungeon, and that's where it cuts off.
You suck. Wait, he received this before.
Rom's brow furrows in worry. And she opens and closes her mouth a couple of times, like she's not sure exactly how to say this. Is you're just like hanging out waiting for this to happen? Or what is he doing?
Walker's working he's working the shaft.
Oh.
She didn't tell him she was doing Jakeman first.
Oh, well. Well, if they're a far distance away or whatever, she'll go walk over to him and say, he said that sending him to the company was a bad idea because, did he say dungeon or?
There's literally a transcription.
I didn't see. I was fucking staring into space.
Anna does a pretty good job at transcribing me.
He said that they wouldn't let him leave for like weeks or months, and that he was in a dungeon.
Well, I would expect as much given his infliction, but we need to know what's happened to him exactly. At least he's alive.
Have any ideas of what I could ask him?
How does it work exactly?
I think it's something like 25 words.
Yep, that's right. 25 words for both people.
Jakeman, it's Walker. What's your current status? What have they done to you? Only 25 words per response.
Alright, I will do that, but change like the first 3 words to questions from Walker. Instead of Jakeman, it's Walker.
Okay. Send it out. Tests. They give me potions and I'm dangerous. Looks pretty bad.
Is that it?
There's a pause for a moment. You heard from Lori?
Aw.
No. I was wondering.
Oh.
He said that they were doing tests on him and making him drink potions and stuff. And he asked if we'd heard from Lori.
I mean, we didn't even see her when me initially visited him, so... Walker kind of waves his hand vaguely. But test sounds about right for what I was expecting for him, though none of that's particularly incriminating for the company. though the fact that they are working with werewolves at all is fairly incriminating.
Well, I'd have to sit a bit to get more information out of him. I don't know if we have time for that.
Maybe try it later tonight.
Got it.
Walker looks to Owen to see if he has been composing any messages.
It just looks like Owen is, like I said, he's kind of staring into the fire. Every once in a while, he makes a circuit around it and looks up at the canopy. He looks like he's lost in thought.
Well, since it's not immediately obvious, Owen, are you going to be contacting anyone back in Nashtween about what we've discovered?
I was going to wait till tonight or tomorrow.
Alright then. We should be going then. Walker begins to put his things away, his tools.
Ben,
The newly repaired shaft.
Was I able to salvage any of that meat?
I mean, yeah, it's salvageable. It's just a matter of you're probably gonna want, like, maybe
Prestidigitize.
Yeah, prestidigitize to clean it.
We got magic.
Of course, that will probably remove some of the spices, but hey, edible food is better than gross, tasty.
The best of us.
Oh. With that, what's the plan, guys?
Walker will lead the group forward. We got the rest of the day to go. Through these fucking woods.
What time is it right now?
Early to
After midday,
mid-afternoon.
Rusty
Yeah.
Damn, okay. Yeah, we got the rest of the day. You're right. Evian will take the back once again.
Owen's going to make sure that the pyre is well and truly out before we head off.
And so, you guys head off. Marching order still accurate?
I'd say so.
I don't see why not.
I believe Walker is doing the survival checks while Owen is doing the perception checks at this point.
Alright, Evian in the back, perception, so he can do a mediocre one because he only perceives when he's looking for something. Yep, there it is.
Well, there it is.
Man.
It's just one of those laws.
Do you need the survival from me? Or?
Yep.
Okay.
I save my good rolls for when I need them.
Pretty sure. I have a feeling.
God, we get through so well.
I almost want to roll low on. Yeah, that's good. I'm okay.
Why? Why did you want that, Nicholas?
Because Owen's not focused on perceiving right now.
Hey, you can always choose to roll with disadvantage.
I should have.
Is that a rule? Is that one of your house rules?
Yeah, if you feel like your character's not focused on something.
Can I also choose to have advantage?
Just as we can choose to attack with our eyes closed.
Yeah, exactly.
And then use the lucky feat to get triple advantage.
I mean, I would always do like a wisdom save when Leon got exposed to big fire.
That's weirdly meta.
What do you mean?
I mean, you could just like act.
No, the wisdom save kind of worked.
Because it kind of is more of a, is this more of an impulsive reaction, or is Leon capable of, and then you roleplay in consequence?
An involuntary response.
Anyway.
I feel like you could just decide that as a player if your character's going through that.
I mean, you can. I feel like it's viable both ways.
Sure. We should keep playing D&D.
We should.
Bloodhound Walker over here.
Bloodhound Walker and the No Pay Attention gang.
And the No Eyes gang. No eyes.
In the right spot.
The world is John Cena.
You make your way further and further into these forests. Walker, you begin finding considerable, like, people setting up. Like, these wolves have been hunting here for a while. Like, you're finding tracks. You can find where they were bringing things and, like, just, like, an occasional just pool of blood where they assaulted something, a corpse that is little more than skin and bone of a deer. Like, all of this, not necessarily on the path you're taking, but, like, not far off of it. They have been here for a while and have been very efficiently hunting.
Couldn't have been that efficient.
Or maybe they ran out of food. But yes, continuing, you get to the point where it starts to get more rocky and craggy, and the flatness begins to give way to hills. Gets to the point where you're climbing at 30, 40 degree angles. You're fucking almost leaning forward to do so. It is getting very rough to do so now.
Walker's got a good path, right?
You've got the best path possible, which is gonna help for this next part.
Good.
But at this point, it's been a while, but it's time. Yeah, let's see a skill challenge. Sell me on some skills, friends, to get through the worst of the craggy forest, where there are hills you can barely make out. The forest is thicker than it has been at any point. Most of this seems untouched by civilization. Even hunters don't seem to come this far in ever.
Sophia, at this point, will have Ritual casted both the floating disc again to be able to carry the heavier objects for everybody who isn't Evian, because apparently he doesn't care. And she will have also summoned her horse, the goat, because he's also goat, and probably would do actually okay in more steep hills.
I was going to say Evian could help people that are less athletic during like the more difficult hilly parts of the terrain. If there's like a like a upwards, like a vertical part that people can't get up, shit like that.
It gets very awkward because it especially gets bad when you get onto these 40, 45, sometimes higher degree angles, and you're still grabbing onto dirt and sliding. So yeah, there's definitely assistance there. So Evian, if you would please give me an athletics check.
I mean, we got rope, too.
To clarify, Walker, while he normally would opt to carry his things himself, he will take, what's your character's name? Sophia, up on the offer of the floating disc for his
It can take up to like 500 pounds, so you can stack up most of the stuff.
You could bring one of the least athletic.
Walker puts his bag on, it breaks
Probably.
instantly.
Walker puts his dump truck ass on it.
Dump track. Oh, God.
What's that sound I hear? Is it cheeks clapping together?
No, he has pass without trace going. You can't hear the clap.
You can't hear the clap. Jeez.
Anyway, so
typically there's traces of such a dummy thick individual having walked through here. But I mean, it's magically.
That is one.
You can't say that.
You can see some ass
anyway,
marks
it's
on the
over.
trees.
It's over.
Did I win?
Yeah, I need more. Some more people. Sell me on skills.
Walker will be using his survival skills to find hidden, or hard to see natural hazards, whether it be overgrown roots or slightly steeper inclines, and I'm trying to avoid those.
Okay. All right. Survival from Walker.
Yeah.
Pretty solid.
Damn, y'all are picking it up here. What else do we have for this treacherous day of travel?
No.
Can I
use your big
use
sword as a
persuasion to keep people's spirits up and feeling hype?
You cheerleader?
Everything.
You gonna encourage us?
Yeah, guys, yeah.
Let's hear it. How do you encourage? I sell me on this. How are you keeping people hype?
You know, we only have like 2 more hills to go, then we can take a break.
Ever the optimist.
We're gonna rest right over there.
All of Alice's motivation is involving stopping.
I hate being sweaty.
I
we
feel
get
like
a-
that's pretty characteristic for Rom.
Can we get a one failure if she passes on this skill check? Everyone's just gonna
Oh
want to
my
stop.
god.
So, Rom, go ahead and give me a persuasion check.
I mean, we won't want to stop. We're gonna want to get to the objective that she set up for us.
Which is right over
Which is
there.
stopping.
Yes.
Walker's is annoyed about Rom's insistence on stopping every 2 fucking feet.
Oh. Rom's just turning into Alex before our eyes.
She hasn't done
Are
a
you
single
surprised?
drug, dude.
She's
I'm
becoming
so
more
upset.
geometric as before our very eyes.
Oh, all right. What else do you guys have?
Well, I had an idea where I could use insight to look amongst the less physically inclined of our group to see when stopping would be appropriate, but I'm not sure if we need that anymore.
Yeah,
You can do that for who needs
Rom
the
and
most assistance
Evian.
from life.
Evian's keeping them going, and Rom's making sure they get plenty of rest. Oh.
Can I specifically be investigating for like potential holes or weaknesses in the ground that, like, you know, if animals burrow or anything like that where we could lose our footing or anything like that that could potentially cause us to have an injury or fall?
Walker's already got that with survival.
Okay.
He specified he was doing survival looking for hazards and things like roots and
Oh,
like,
okay.
yeah.
Can Ishri just barrel through like the thickest bits?
Make way with her body.
Make away with her body.
Just fuck it. Okay, I'll allow a constitution check.
If I with this.
Oh. Alrighty. Through the thickest bits as you guys climb, Evian helping people get up. When you get to the top, you can just see Ishri tearing through these bushes, trying to make you guys a path.
It's
Just
like down a
moving
hill,
through. She starts sliding
rolls
down
in
a hill,
ball.
and Walker, you can see like you're like, oh, this you're following a route, and you're like, oh, it starts to come out over there, and you can see Ishri just kicking it out of the way, just tearing these roots away, just moving in a straight line. It's
Walker would just kind of stare for a few moments and sigh.
Ishri gets over with a big smile, having the time of her life, destroyed the forest.
She loves hiking.
There's just gonna be like an Ishri-shaped fucking cutout going through the forest. All right, that's Ishri. You are going to take at least 1 level of exhaustion, maybe 2. We need to see how well everyone else performs here. Simon or Sophia, what are you guys doing?
I haven't rolled one either.
Oh, I'm sorry, Owen as well.
Yeah.
Would you allow me to use Onyx as my skill check?
Maybe?
Simon would send the Onyx ahead of the pack, looking out for any obvious obstacles. Like werewolves and red band and things like that, or just hazardous obstacles.
Okay. Give me a perception check with Onyx. Okay, damn.
Yes, I wasn't using it. Let's go.
Y'all kind of fucking killed this.
I have actual thing I can do now that
Okay.
I've thought of. Sophia's
Maybe
gonna
we
be
can kill it more.
Sophia's gonna be going around looking for good spots to tie up rope to be able to actually get everybody to climb up, like have the rope to help them get up steep areas. And she'll go around investigating to find actual legit spots where she can tie up a rope that will hold and not have everybody fall backwards afterwards.
That
With
makes
her
sense.
rope.
Like have Evian go to the things she spots to.
Yeah, she
tie
like
up the
finds
initial
an
anchor
actual
point.
route that looks very sturdy or like a good rock or something like that instead of just like flimsy branches or stuff like that.
Okay. Wait, what check are we doing for that?
I was trying to investigate for that.
She
Yeah,
really
I'll-
wants to investigate, pal.
Oh, okay.
And I can't even do good at it.
That's crazy that our
pretty
lowest
not
roll is a
bad.
16. That's insane.
So...
Wait, I want to roll one.
Okay. I mean, you guys are killing it right now, but Owen, if you've got something to add...
I have some minor complaints because basically all of Owen's like good skills have been taken by other people. I can't roll survival because Walker's doing that. I was gonna roll nature to try and avoid some natural hazards, but apparently Walker's doing that.
Bitch, I'm a ranger.
You can't roll insight to make sure we're stopping at regular intervals because Rom's doing that. So my last two ideas, Ben, are both Ishri related. Okay, here we go. Here we go. So can I use medicine to make sure that when Ishri barrels through hazardous terrain, she doesn't break her fucking ankle? Or follow-up question: can I use animal handling to do the same thing?
Oh my god!
Oh my god!
That was pretty
You can't
funny.
say that.
You can. He can and will.
Medicine to make sure Ishri is not killing herself charging. I will allow it.
Love that.
Forcing her to stop at regular intervals when everyone else does in order to check up on her.
You could have done that, but for everyone with
That's
medicine.
pretty funny. That's pretty funny. Man.
It's the worst roll. It's one of the highest mods.
The highest mod.
Literally the highest mod in the game, right there.
That's so funny.
Oh my god.
That's
Rolled
really
four.
funny.
That's tough.
Why are you saying funny?
Funny.
Jenny.
No, it's just real funny, bruv.
Jesus.
The
Ugh.
lowest of 15 is pretty
Oh, and
damn
I gotta tell you, it's a real pain in the ass trying to take care of Ishri. She is seemingly hell-bent on destroying herself, hoping you guys get through here. But,
Well, Owen's best friends with Walker, so he's pretty much used to that kind of thing.
Best friends.
I like how that's all you heard.
Ugh.
That was a good bit of chuckling. I enjoyed that.
so, as you guys trying your best, God, like, Walker's fucking initial survival also made it so you guys already had, like, a fucking low DC on this shit, and then you fucking don't roll anything bad. We don't get to have fun around.
I rolled
We do.
This is
I
fun.
just happen to be the best doctor.
Oh.
That is your gimmick. That
He
is
is also
your gimmick.
very humble.
Check this out. Let me give you guys a brief snippet from my notes. Here we go.
Okay.
Where's it at? Oh fuck! I'm ruining it. I'm sorry. There we go.
Do, do, do,
Just
do,
get
do,
this
do,
I think it's really funny that
There we
Evian,
go.
do, do.
Evian is probably the second best doctor based off of his medicine modifier.
Fuck you. He doesn't have a medical kit.
No, but he has +4.
Ishri has +5.
Just kidding.
Oh fuck!
Ishri's really good at field medicine. Or not as good as Owen, but
She's really good in general.
not really.
+5's pretty good.
He's an extra MD.
So, with that, you guys make your way through. I'll say with Owen's roll, it's able to keep Ishri from getting any more exhaustion.
Hey.
So just one.
Yes, but otherwise does not assist in any way at increasing this. But you guys pretty much barrel through here, buckling down through the worst of it throughout the majority of the rest of the day. Exhaustion beginning to set in as you finally get through the other side, and the hills start to... Obviously, once they start to decline, it is much easier to travel through. So then it becomes more an issue of Owen making sure that Ishri is not barreling down them like Sonic or something.
Do, 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 do.
Do a spin dash, Ishri.
So, eventually you get to what seems to be stable ground on the other side. It is on the more safe and narrow side now. The trees are a little more scattered on this side of the range. For the most part, it is the same, but there's a different air about it now. This just feeling of being elsewhere, of being closer to your goals. Owen, you would know that as of now, you are technically within Kyn Taryn lands.
Does he brighten?
There's like a moment, you know, where he kind of stops a little bit and he looks around, and you know, the terrain hasn't really changed, right? It's still just this hilly kind of forest, but he looks around and he kind of just like nods to himself, and then he just continues forward. He doesn't really acknowledge it in a verbal sense.
Also, throughout these travels, Sophia's still trying her best, even though there's hills, to keep up with the map thing.
Walker navigates, as always.
Obviously, going through the sizably simplest part of a mountain range slows you down considerably, even being small, but by the time you get through to the other side, there is definitely a sense of, holy fuck. It's a solid 6-8 hours of mountain climbing just to get through to the other side proper. Did you want to continue to push on or no?
I mean, after that, it's like 8 in the night. We'll probably push on like an extra hour, get to find a suitable place to camp so we can actually rest. We need it.
Yeah,
you mean we'll push on for 45 minutes because Ram insists on several 5-minute breaks.
That's pretty funny. Hey, Nick? That's pretty funny.
Could you imagine a 5-minute break every 15 minutes?
Yes, I can.
I really wanted to say, all right, we're going to take a break, and real quick, just hit the fucking be right back thing. I'm not gonna, but I really wanted to.
Anyway.
Just thought I'd put that out there.
Thanks, man.
No problem. So, with that, you guys press on for a little while longer, but the exhaustion has definitely set in at this point. Pressing on beyond this would go into risking levels of exhaustion, though. Obviously, you were expecting slowdown here.
Where are we on the map, then?
I've got updated, yeah.
Are we accurate?
Yes.
Okay. Neat. So more or less.
Stop. I mean, it looks like we'll probably get there tomorrow. Yeah. Right?
If you have a damn good day and you fucking truck it, you can make it tomorrow night, probably.
No, we need to set up like a base camp within the woods, like somewhere around here.
Yeah,
that's our
we're
goal
gonna
tomorrow.
have to.
Half a day's walk away, you think?
I don't think it'd be half a day, then. It needs to be a suitable distance away because.
Okay, I mean, could we do it somewhere like closer to here?
Yeah, probably.
Across the road.
That would require
under cover of darkness.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then on the other side.
That would be the goal if we can like get
here by nightfall. That would be good.
Yeah. But yeah, no, Walker will find us a place to stop, and then once we do, he will put forth the idea of tomorrow we should get our goal to be, find somewhere within the base of this mountain to make our camp for this task.
Righty. So with that,
there'll be funny bubble, do the watches, etc., etc.
Okay. Set up the bubbles, set up watches, set up a camp here, the last safe night before you start dealing with this red band incursion.
Ishri takes her armor off to sleep.
Oh shit! Man, I bet she's nasty, dude.
Sophia will help prestigitate, at least make sure the dress looks not as nasty as it would probably.
It's probably horrid.
It's probably like destroyed from battle.
She'll also do her best to reassure Ishri and tell her that it'll be okay with the bubbles so far. Nothing has come to attack us and all that.
To be actually, Ishri is going to take her dress off as well, or begin to, and start patching it up with her bag of socks and belts.
What? Sure.
So Ishri's just sitting there like her underclothes in the bubble, patching up a dress.
Okay, sure.
Simon will assist Ishri without even asking to.
Sophia
just
makes sure
does?
it doesn't
starts
look
doing
nasty. She slowly cleans it up and tries to add a good smell to it.
What is the good smell?
What is the good smell? Vanilla?
Usually her go-to good smell while she's been in Garland has been the flower, the flower smell. But once in a
Which
while she'll
flower?
also do the wildflowers that are near the path. But once in a
Oh.
while there'd be a different, more exotic type of flower that you might smell that she would probably
Is it
have like
lavender?
no, it would not be lavender. It would be some kind of more native to the DHA, like that area, the Dragonheart Isles area.
Native to the Alliance, right?
Yes.
Ishri will actually say, "Thank you. Could you make it smell like bread? Actually, it just smells so good."
Sure. Yeah. She'd do that afterwards.
Ishri then smells the dress a little bit, loving the smell of bread. Apparently.
Walker is currently sharpening the bolts that used today to make sure that the silver bolts are primed and ready for their next usage, and he will look up and comment or ask, would you say the smell of bread is your favorite you've experienced, Yurishri?
Yes, the flowers are a lot. They're a lot, but the bread is so nice. We don't have that where I'm from. It's very good.
What food do you have there, Ishri?
Well, a lot of it is meat that's been purified. And there's some vegetables and fruits you can grow. Nariho blesses the ground to the citadel, so it
So
can
no
grow some
grain.
things.
Grain is what the bread is made out of, Ishri.
I don't think so. No. Because bread requires eggs, I think. So no, there wouldn't be any.
Bread does not require
no,
eggs.
it does not.
Doesn't it?
It
No.
requires,
You can use eggs, but it's not required.
yeast would probably.
There would be yeast. There'd be
You don't even need yeast.
No,
you
you
can make
do not.
flatbread.
Yeah, exactly. I was gonna say yeast is required to have fluffy bread, but otherwise, like you can have oil, water, and flour.
You
That's
don't
all
even
you
need
need.
oil. Flour,
Yeah,
water.
that's on.
It'd be shitty bread, but
Yeah,
you
but
can
it
do
still
it.
technically be bread.
Okay, in that case, at Ishra say we have something with grain, but it's not nearly as good at all.
What type of grain?
It's a plant.
I mean, we have a few different grains like barley and rye and wheat.
Rice.
Sure, I'm certain it's one of those. I wasn't a farmer, so.
You don't know what the names of the food you eat are? You don't have like dishes?
I just ate what was given to me.
And it's all just called food?
Well, I'd point at it and I said I want the bread, and they'd give me the bread, and I wouldn't ask what's in it. Why would I do that?
I mean, I guess if you don't do any of the cooking, there's no real reason to know the ingredients.
You never had any desire to cook for yourself, Ishri?
I mean, it was available, and then when I was, in the wilderness, I mostly just ate purified meat. So, actually, I entirely did that, so.
I mean, I never really had any interest in cooking until I had to do it.
I mean, I'm quite good at cooking meat. I don't think any of you like the way I cook it, but I think I'm quite good at it.
There is a difference between cooking and purifying.
Well, no, when I got the jerky and I made it, or the pemmican, and I made it, nice and really well cooked. Yes.
Burnt it.
Yes, exactly. It was so good.
Different tastes, I suppose.
And then no one talks. And then no one talks, and it's all silent.
No one knows how the fuck to react to the fucking alien talking about food. Oh. So, after a few moments of this discussion, you have another little bit of just finishing up, double-checking the camp, the preparations for where you're going to be putting up the bubble, getting everything ready, getting dinner ready and cleaned up.
I still owe you a dress, Ishri. I'll have to make sure to do that next time we're in a town where we're safe.
Just be sure she uses the changing booth.
I'll probably get one made for her, so That won't be an issue.
You'd think that.
I mean, she's not going to be trying it, and they're going to be taking her measurements and then making it.
Walker chuckles slightly. You know, back in my hometown of Dreswood, I took Ishri to a local tailor. Wanted to get her something local, something that wouldn't, that'd appear regular to people. I paid for the thing and walked outside and waited for her. And fuck, William can't remember how that went. What was it? Did he hear the girl like squeal or something?
I think she just came out in new clothes.
She came out in the dress, right? Yeah, the place was real tiny. It was just basically a counter and nothing else. She came out wearing the new dress. He chuckles again.
Yeah, well, in this case, it would not be already made, depending on where I'd be going.
Well, I mean, I don't think she minded. I think she's the same person who gave me this bag, and she holds up the bag she's been pulling out of with loose socks and belts.
You think so?
She gave you loose socks?
Yes, isn't that lovely? Would you like some?
I'm okay, thank you, though. I have a few travel socks.
Make sure you're changing your socks every day. Owen kind of wags a finger back and forth.
I mean, I do not have enough socks to wait until the next time I can wash them all. I don't
you've got
carry...
magic.
Yes, that's fair. I do use magic on them, and most of my clothing. It's very convenient. Gotten used to not having to have the stench of traveling with me.
And that all changed, huh?
I mean, I can still clean up most people here. So she's pointing to the dress that she's been cleaning up of Ishri's.
As she says, of most people, Walker kind of like narrows his eyes a bit. Have you been cleaning me?
Rom like immediately covers a smirk.
No, I have not. I've done it though when people are covered in blood. I've done it when people are covered in blood.
Walker narrows his eyes further before going back to his bolts.
Walker keeps the blood on.
Ishri.
The blood stays on during whittling.
Ishri whispers, which is to say, says out loud, could you please clean him?
Oh, that's pretty good. Oh, that's pretty good.
Says Ishri to someone else.
Oh,
Man.
She just whispers back, I do sometimes.
Ishri just smiles.
Top tier. God.
That's pretty good.
And eventually the revelry gives way the exhaust.
Yeah, I got things.
Okay.
you don't have things. Sit down.
Oh,
How dare you?
sorry.
How dare you?
dare I?
Come on, we're there so
I don't have things.
Oh, do your things.
Well, maybe now I don't want. No, I'm kidding.
Was
During
that a creaky door?
after Walker makes sure that he's exactly as dirty as he wants to be, Owen's gonna kind of plop down next to Evian and offer him a water skin, and he'll be kind of quiet for a moment, and then he'll say, looking around at the woods, Evian, this is I know they look the same as on the other side, but these are Kyn Taryn lands within.
Really?
Aye.
I assume that that mountain provides, or the thing of mountains, line. I don't know what you call it. Ranged. That's the word. Yeah, I wasn't much into geography when I landed in Garland.
Did you forget the name?
A little bit.
Can't say I ever was myself, but my father, you know, he made all of us, all of his children, we all learned Kyn Taryn at least.
Well, of course, his royalty, you'd be expected to know your own lands, no?
One kind of chuckles a little bit. It's just, I don't know, not strange, but
It's strange to be back.
I didn't think a year ago, you know, if you told me even where I was, no, not what I was doing, who I was with, just where I was, I would have laughed.
Life has a strange way of bringing us to places we do not expect to be.
That it does.
I did not expect to illegally change countries several times in the past year, but here we are.
Tell me, Evian, you know, being back in Kyn Taryn lands, it's made me think, you know, I'd like to go, you know, I mean, I know we've talked about it before, but I'd like to go to Kjalar with you when you go back and, you know, see how Iron Jade does things.
Right at that. It is a very different place. The people are similar, except if you can imagine it, more rough. It's like Garland plus. It is. It is a brutal place to show up in with no knowledge of Garrus culture. But it is home to some of the best people I have ever met.
Like Astrid, you mean?
Evian nods at that. A little sad.
Soon.
Hopefully.
Owen kind of subsides. He
is?
will be. Then he will be sending. He's probably gonna sending Fiona since I don't think either I or Owen is interested to find out what sending Angus McDurk is like at this point in time.
Immediately after that conversation, Walker's going to throw out a question to interrupt.
Yeah, I was gonna say Sophia was gonna be listening in and
sorry.
like lifting her head at,
I didn't
at
mean
some
to.
point.
end that
Everyone's
scene.
listening to our
Yeah.
conversation. Yes,
Nobody else was talking.
You two travel much? Around Garland, that is.
I have not traveled outside of Kjalar before. Well, excluding this.
Walker then looked at Owen.
I've been to every town in Kyn Taryn at least once. And
Have you been to any other?
As far as Arnduin before that.
Back in Lenore. I guess it's a smaller place, but I've visited most of the major towns even before our little journey. Yeah, everywhere besides Dunrock and Aria. At least visited once.
I traveled more when I lived in Lenore, actually, as a child, surprisingly.
How much more?
I think, well, I was born in Starshore. Shoot, I forget. Was it? Oh fuck! Wait, where is it? Uh-oh.
While he's looking that up, Walker
there
would-
it is! I found it! I'd been to most of the places in between Starshore and Moskin.
Moskin?
Mm-hmm. Just pinged it for you.
Right. in Moskin?
A woman abandoning her stepchildren.
How'd you get from Moskin to Kalar?
A series of orphanages, and they want to get the fuck out of Lenore with one crime circle in between those two steps.
Crime circle?
Crime. As in, we robbed people for money.
You were in a crime circle, and yet you didn't expect to illegally change countries at any point?
Well, not several times. I expected to go to Garland, and the first time I went to Garland, it was completely legal. I paid for a boat passage. I landed in Kjellr. But moving back from Garland to Lenore was a shipwreck after a battle in the bay. And then illegally once more with this band of whatever we are.
Interesting.
Why were you robbing people?
For money. There was no other way to survive as a 12-year-old on the streets. We would steal food, steal money for food. If I went to an authority or something for help, I would be thrown into either a form of jail or just another orphanage where things would go poorly once again and I would leave. It's a vicious cycle.
Does this happen often? That's horrific.
I mean, it happens enough for us to have to form bands of young criminals to survive.
Well, he was probably only a few more years before being thrown. He was probably only a few years off of being thrown into the Red Band.
I believe I finally left when I was 16. Somewhere around there.
What changed your mind?
What do you mean?
Like what gave you the I guess ability to leave? Did you find other work somehow or
No, I managed to save up enough money for a boat ride, a one-way boat ride to the Arkmord Isles. That was my goal ever since I joined that gang, was I wanted to leave the country.
Sounds a bit familiar to me. You remember, don't you, Evian? Those kids in Verona?
Not off the top of my head. No.
Out of character. It was the ones at the dock who murdered the guy?
Oh, right.
We hunted?
Yeah. I did not do much of the killing back then. It was more a steal a loaf of bread from here, a head of lettuce from here, a couple silver from a passing stranger.
But you killed?
No.
You said much of the killing.
It's a figure of speech. I did not do any of the killing before I was in the war. I don't think.
And then it was okay to kill people. Got it. I understand.
I was fighting for the people who gave me a home.
He was fighting against those who would take his home from him.
Bingo.
And
Is that a phrase here? Is bingo a phrase in this world?
No, in this world, that's a bingo.
Oh, sure.
I'm all.
Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was gonna say, Evian, how did you meet your woman?
My what?
Your wife?
Fiance wife thing. It's a strange situation. I'm not really sure what to call it anymore.
Is that who you were referring to, Astrid?
Yes. Believe it or not, after training one day in Aether Ursa, I got my shit kicked in particularly bad And she happened to be one of the people tending to wounds. And it just kind of happened.
And
It's not very exciting, but...
A doctor, then? No wonder you're such good friends with Owen.
Owen chuckles.
Walker
Oh,
smirks.
Owen, you would get along well with Astrid.
I can't wait to meet her.
Although I can't imagine you not getting along well with most people, but you know what I mean.
you must look forward to going back then.
Absolutely, but I've had the chance to go back. However, I feel like I have a duty to Owen here and this group. You guys are the ones who got me out of Lenore, once again, so I will stick with you to make sure that your goals are met as well.
One day, soon, the war will be over and hopefully all of us have a chance to return to our loved ones.
That would be nice, but
I hope so.
I have a sense that Lenore is the kind of country that does not admit defeat easily. Or Garland, for that matter, if it were to sway in that direction. They are two very stubborn countries facing up against one another. I cannot see a quick and easy end to this war.
Well, if we can at least get rid of whatever giant thing this vampire or whatever is, that would at least get a step in the right direction.
That would be a very, very powerful foothold.
I mean, I'll be honest, I feel like probably the people in Lenore also don't want much to do with it anymore.
That is fair, but the
We
Red
don't know
Band
that.
is its own arms and legs at this point.
All we know is that the Sun's Chosen believe that the Red Band are no longer under control of the Crown, but they still have Soul Striders who seem to be following orders.
But are those the orders of the Red Band or the orders of the Crown?
It's hard
Or
to say.
the orders of the vampire.
Or the orders of the... At this point, I'm kind of considering the Vampire and the Red Band as one.
He didn't... The Soul Strider, he didn't say that. He said that the vampire stayed behind in Virat, and the Red Band moved on to Borealis.
But... However, you would think that the leader of a band of cowards such as the Red Band would also be a coward, who would stay back in his home while his men fight for him.
We don't know if Lenore is or isn't in contact with the vampire.
I think it is safest to assume that they know. It may not be true, but for purposes of staying alive, I feel like that is the best assumption to have.
Sophia, you said it was your first time in Garland.
It is.
Have you ever been to Lenore?
I have not, no. Never been quite in this portion of the world, I suppose.
Plenty of nice places.
Aye. Plenty of
Quaint
nice people.
towns.
Plenty of shit places as well.
I mean, I'll be honest, my initial plan while getting here was to get all the info I could, and then just go sightseeing in some more remote locations away from the war. Until I met you guys, I guess.
We were planning on going sightseeing in the midst of a war?
This was not very personal to me.
But you can certainly recognize that a massive war between two countries like this is
Dangerous? You think I could not just...
deadly. No, not for the sake of yourself only, but the sake of everyone. You would go on a vacation while hundreds and thousands are
Not a
dying.
vacation, Evian. An assignment.
She said she would go sightseeing.
Yes, I was gonna go around looking, assessing the area while enjoying the view and spending my money, which is technically the government's money, on the people who are currently having a hard time with their economy. Yes.
I misunderstood. I apologize. I thought you meant fucking off with no goal in mind.
I would be definitely trying my best to enjoy my time here, as I usually do when I go in more remote locations on government money. Because I believe that there's enough money spent on useless things that I might as well provide work at the same time for people who actually need it.
Hearing Sophia's willingness to waste taxpayer money, Walker frowns, but doesn't say anything.
Oh. Classic Walker.
Damn those libs.
Fucking libs, dude.
My government can do great things just as much as it can, although it keeps things very unpersonal, and if it is not convenient, well then, that's just not that important to them. So, I make the most out of things.
Walkers are...
He's not proud of it.
But he can't help it.
Listen, he just wants the government wants to stop government-sanctioned theft.
I mean, technically, I am still sightseeing as I've gone through a beautiful forest.
This is a spot dangerous for sightseeing.
You
sure he does?
Well, you can say we've toured through worse.
That is also true. Evian glances at Ishri.
If you'd like, I could kill myself
No.
and you can go to hell.
What?
What a sentence. Oh my god.
Is that... Okay,
I don't
yeah,
think
no,
that
I'm okay.
was...
I'm good, Ishri.
I don't think that was exactly how that worked.
Ben, can you pin that one?
Whether it is or it isn't how that works, I'm okay, Ishri. You do not need to do that at any point.
Oh.
That's actually quite concerning if that's how that works, but either way, please, no.
That is exactly how that works, unfortunately.
No. For us to get out, we had to kill something that was native from there with an instrument soaked in our blood.
And so the opposite is if my blood gets in something and then we kill it, then we go back, but I'll most likely die in the process. But then you'd all get to go back to hell. So
does that mean if something
Without our hell guide?
Well, I might be alive, possibly.
So if someone
Horrifying.
is trying to kill you, gets a bunch of your blood on them, and then someone kills them, then we're all gonna go to hell?
In
No,
them.
no,
That's
no,
what-
it
have to
needs
get
to be...
blood in them.
So I
There's a
shouldn't be
difference.
bitten by anything. If I get bit by something,
Or if you bite something and pour your blood into it.
Oh, you're right. I can't do that either. You know, I was planning on it for fun.
Well, let's avoid
I would recommend avoiding that.
Is
all
that a
this.
joke?
I don't know, and you know what? I don't want to.
Ishi just smiles as she darns her dress.
Darn!
Dawns?
Darn.
Dawns?
Oh no, you think Aishri's gonna sleep in clothes? She's taking her armor off already. Mm-mm.
So with that...
Oh,
Oh, there's more!
He has a fucking sending that I interrupted.
we
Oh.
actually just,
That was all uninterrupted sending, I forgot! Oh my god.
No, the first part I wanted to talk to Evian about kin things, and then it
Just
kind of
kin
spiraled
things.
from there.
Yep.
Just
and I
kin things.
just while they were talking about it, I just started composing my sending.
You just started?
I was fucking role playing. What do you want from me?
Who role plays? Imagine.
Just do what Alex does. Just fucking wing it.
Just don't talk. Easy.
Hey.
Hey.
Ugh.
So to give Nick some more time.
To give Nick, to give Nick some more time, we'll go ahead and take a break.
You bitch!
So
I was gonna roleplay.
So he has plenty of time. So as we return to this incredible story of Nick composing a sending and William not getting to roleplay, has Owen managed to finish his sending?
He has.
That's...
Towards the end of our little nightcap, our little conversation before bed, Owen will kind of go off a little ways. You know, not so he's alone, but so he's like just out of the circle of firelight.
So outside of the bubble.
Correct. And he will he'll kneel down and kind of face himself roughly west, and he'll speak to the wind after focusing on his dear mother. He'll say, "Found werewolves in Shaymar Forest, Red Band. Ask Kate about them. Prisoner told us that there might be more running about. Thought you should know." That's it.
Moment pauses before the breeze finds you in the opposite direction. Let people worry in a meeting. I'll assume no. Get back to me. Keep safe, one. There's at least one character who understands how sending works in this.
I mean, she's been. Owen sent her several messages. Over the past few months.
Sophia's contacts know how it works.
Anyway,
which she is also going to be sending a message to soon.
It hurts Owen a little bit, but he does not send a follow-up sending.
So, that?
I may be sending a sending back to the DHA within the next day, or either today or tomorrow. I was just wondering if there's anything particular that you all were wanting to be known. I was planning on telling them of the vampire, the werewolves, and the soul striders.
Walker will defer to Owen's judgment on this one.
I mean, it's not going to hurt for them to know, is it?
In what way?
Well, I mean, Sophia, in your professional opinion, if you relay news of these supernatural monsters, that this is not just another war between squabbling nations, will that make them less inclined to act?
It's in fact more likely to make them act, but you do have to take into account with all this. They won't be doing this out of the goodwill of their heart for free. The last time this was done, it was made with the assumption that the country in question would make an alliance with the DHA for how many years then? Like a few decades.
I believe so, yeah.
Including putting a lot of taxes on anything that is exported, imported money going towards the DHA in the future, but although making trade more possible directly with them. It
If I
will
recall,
still long-term cost money.
the other agent we had met had implied that the DHA would invade based on an existential threat of Lenore possessing super weapons, rather than any political reason.
I suppose werewolves and vampires are no worse in an academic sense when compared to scourges.
I see no reason for you not to share the information.
They could be bad they could be considered worse in addition to.
I mean, we don't even know if the vampire has access to the whatever the thing is that causes the scourge, and by consequence, he could cause the scourge.
Why?
That by itself could be problematic.
I think it's better to tell them everything, right? If we can get them to help and to stop this quicker, that's the goal, right?
Yes, I was just letting Owen be aware of the fact that if they do come and help, there will be probably other strings attached.
What happens afterwards, I don't think will be up to me. My goal has always been to protect my people. If there is a price to be paid, then so be it.
It's just money.
Yes, it is just money, but it is also... If you become part of another thing, it still affects long-term the culture and the possibilities for the people of the area.
If I know my history at all, Lenore used to be part of this alliance.
Yes.
That is why Marquez was sent.
I mean, not all countries will stay with the DHA that have done an alliance with them. Lenore also always had its particularities, but it still affected their country. I'm not saying it is necessarily a bad thing to be a part of the DHA. I'm just letting you be aware that it could still change things in the long run.
Now, you have not spent much time in Garland, Sophia, but there is one thing about Gars from each and every kin, and it is that they value their freedom, and they won't have it be taken away from them. That's why we're in this mess in the first place.
Their freedom won't be taken away, Owen. I'm talking about culture changing over the period of the next few decades. The people in Brightfall are still the people of Brightfall, but their choices and their options and what they've had has still changed tremendously since. I'm just telling you of the history that happened.
Time anyway?
Yes, but if it is affected by an outside source, it will still change differently than it would have otherwise. I'm not telling you, I'm just letting you know that this could happen. It doesn't even mean that this is the deal that they have and plan to make. They might not have that in mind at all. Perhaps they just decide that they don't want to be affected by this potential scourge or whatnot. Things could happen. I'm just... Based on history, things tend to happen again.
Even if it did, it wouldn't be up to me anyway.
Very well.
Rama, your plan's still the same for after all this is over?
I suppose so. I don't really see any reason go back to Lenore now. As long as I can get Bill out. Drugs.
What then? Where will you go?
Rom sort of blinks like she hasn't really thought that far into the future.
Am I an idiot? I thought Rom asked to go with a Walker to like the DHA, like take Beal, go with the Walker family, set up in the DHA as well, set up in the Dragonheart Isles anyway.
You could have let me finish.
Sorry, I thought that was the original plan.
Can you let her finish?
Well, I didn't think there was going to be anything after heading out with Walker, unless we decide to travel or something. Could be fun. It just seems so far into the future.
It's important to make plans, you know.
You intend to bring your uncle with you?
Sure, if he wants to come.
Like I said, I can set you up with some contacts.
I'm sure we would all appreciate that.
And I mean, if you don't have a place to stay right away, there should be plenty of space where I stay in my parents' place. They have an absurdly, or I should say, it's not absurdly, it's simply unnecessarily large home.
It's very kind of you.
It's no problem. I'm not even offering my own home. Although I know they would have no issues with it.
Someday. And she just kind of looks into like middle distance, like it just seems like it's really far away for her. Never did much planning for the future before.
I'd say it's prudent to do so.
To be fair, I have not either.
On a trip like this, it's important to think about what comes after.
Aye. Keeps you going.
Well, we'll make it out on the other side.
Indeed.
Well, we won't, I suppose, but...
let's keep it positive.
I suppose those are
we will absolutely
the options.
Anyways, I'll send the sending. Sophia will do so. The sending that I have sent you, Ben?
Hello?
Was Evian one of the people on the boat when we caught the fucking shark?
Yes.
Yeah.
It was Lily, Evian, Walker, and Owen.
That sounds correct. We brought the two strongest people and the two survivalists.
That seems accurate.
Yeah.
Seems like a wise choice.
Walker looks towards the fire, the remainder of the food that was heated up previously. Without looking away, he'll say, "Evian, did you do much fishing up in the Isles?"
Every once in a while when my friends would go, but by myself, not often.
You ever catch anything bigger than what we did north of Sharondale?
No. Nothing nearly that large. I was more there for moral support for my friends.
Not a fan, then.
Although I cannot say that they caught anything quite that size either.
Why would you need moral support to go fishing? It's so easy.
Figure of speech. I was there for the friendship, as opposed to the actual fishing.
And drinks, I suppose.
I was also the drink guy, yes. That is true.
I've sent the sending. They have not much to say for the moment.
The
usual.
You do much fishing, Sophia?
Fishing. I mean, I've tried it out once or twice, being that I've lived near the shore for some time of my life, and some of the people that I've spent time with would do it, but I've never found any particular enjoyment or need to do so.
Walker is disappointed by the responses and he goes back to his work.
Ishri, do you do any fishing where you're from?
I fished one time with Walker.
Oh.
I was going to say, I can't recall seeing you fishing, but I know you were afraid of the water.
Yes, they made me go out in the boat. I believe it was with
Jakeman.
With Jakeman, yes. He kept being really weird to me, but it was fine. I mean, I caught a lot of fish, and we ate them. So I mean, that's what you're supposed to do, right?
Yeah, basically.
More or less. Eat them, take trophies. Pretty much what you do when you hunt anything else.
I suppose, Walker, we probably shouldn't tell her about, that time that you just mentioned to Evian.
Oh,
What
she
happened?
knows.
Oh.
I told her about it during the... Or I told her and Jakeman about it.
Did you show her one of these? And Owen's gonna rummage in his bag until he produces a shark tooth that's probably about the size of his thumb, like the end of his thumb, and hold it out so Ishri can see it.
Have to have. Wouldn't have held that away from Jakeman.
I still have mine somewhere in here too.
Was this the same size as the elephant? Ishri says, holding up the tooth.
I don't think so.
Van, how big was it compared to the elephant?
I don't think it was as big as an elephant. Pretty hefty.
I don't think that it wasn't quite there, but still fairly large.
Ishri shrugs. I think the most horrifying thing was when that man kept dying and coming out of the water. That's the sort of thing I know to be afraid of in the water.
The man kept dying and coming out of the water?
When we first got to Garland,
Mm-hmm.
the mage.
Do you catch any of those while fishing?
No, that's a abnormality. Weird. An odd event.
It would be a
Any
real
other
bad
word
day if
for it?
that happened.
People go their entire lives without seeing something like that, Ishri.
What nice lives they must have.
I suppose that's
Sometimes.
one way to look at it.
And then we go to bed.
And then we go to bed and do watches, and it's morning! Wouldn't you know it?
Alrighty, first watch,
Nothing bad happens
please.
whatsoever.
Walker
It's
doesn't sleep!
Evian on this watch also. I rolled a 10 because I don't need to roll well tonight.
Sophia sleeps.
The dice deemed it so.
Hey,
Nice
you got
to
that
her.
one good roll when you were looking for Walker's bolts.
Hey, that
When
was
I
what
need to
counted.
roll well, I roll well.
That was a necessity.
I appreciate that because Walker didn't roll well.
Walker's staying up all night as well?
Yeah, he's working on getting the bolts back in complete working order. Though I think there's going to be some playing around he's going to do, messing around with funny power.
Some annoyance as well that he doesn't have more silver.
Yeah, he is definitely wishing he had more silver. I think at some point while they're like setting up to go to bed, Walker would just kind of, Sophia, do you not supposed to have any silver jewelry, do you?
I do not have silver jewelry.
Worth a shot.
I have silver coins.
Then that wouldn't work, would it?
It would probably take a... Well... Yeah, because silver is different. I was thinking of Lenorian coin. Traditional
It's not pure
coin.
silver, are they?
They're not pure. You would have to, like, melt them down. It would probably take, depending on how well you did on it, between maybe 20 and 50?
To make one?
Yeah, maybe less, depending on how, like, I assume you want this to be proper silver.
I mean, even if it only has traces of silver, wouldn't it still have a similar effect? Even if it's mostly silver?
It'd be far too difficult to extract the silver from coins on the road. But thanks anyway.
Yeah. I do have gold jewelry. Not very much, but I have some. Just not actual silver.
Well, I'll be sure to let you know once we find a monster that dies to gold.
I mean, I'd rather not melt down my family ring, but, you know. If we absolutely need to, I suppose.
Like I said, I'll let you know.
The melting point of silver is twice that of how hot a campfire can get. So,
What?
yeah,
You've established otherwise previously.
I mean,
You've literally established
I'm pretty
the
sure he
opposite.
looked this up before.
I
the
did,
first
and
time
now
that
I'm
you
looking it
did
up and getting different information, so I need to figure out what's going on.
Well, we've already in canon been able to melt jewelry on a fire. That's all I'm saying.
I'm
Melt
looking
silver,
at
that is.
melting out proper silver. Well, okay, well, I'll go back to looking that up. Or...
It's not needed right now.
No. I think the gimmick was you need, like, a big bonfire to get it going. Like, you couldn't do it on, like, a little one.
Oh yeah, no, we did have a dedicated fire and like
You'd, like,
we were
massive,
like
yeah.
shirtless, sweaty dudes just working the bonfire, you know.
Because you didn't have, like, a
just
fucking...
two real big hot guys, you know.
Well, one real big hot guy and Walker.
Mediocre, medium-sized guy.
In secret, because they
Medium-sized
knew a certain somebody would be upset about it if he knew.
Well, to be fair, we did another time with Ishri around.
No, wait, Owen.
So that was 3 big hot guys with no shirts on.
Yeah.
Anyway.
No, 2 big hot guys and a bigger hot guy.
So, Evian, keeping your eyes as peeled as you can, do you leave the dome at all during your...
It depends. Does Mr. Walker leave at all?
No, Walker's busy. He's working. He's basically resharpening the bolts, making sure everything is as it should be.
Perception check as well, then, Walker?
Oh yeah.
I'll
I
hang out
almost-
outside the bubble for a little bit with Walker.
I think it's established that Walker's workstation is within. Because we've kept the fire within.
Yeah, it makes sense.
So then, do people sleep outside the bubble?
No.
Because it's only 10 feet.
No, you can fit up to 9 people in the bubble.
It's like the fire's on the edge.
Yeah, and
It's
we're
just
all very
I've
close.
mentioned before it gets very cramped in there.
Yeah.
Every once in a while, I think to stay awake, he might do like a lap around the outside of the bubble, but other than that.
Eventually, noticing nothing, your guys' watch comes to a close. Walker, you continue your work. Evian, you turn in for the night. Do you wake anyone up?
Yeah, I'll wake up Simon.
Oh, my turn already?
Yes. Evian goes to bed.
Jesus. Simon will send out Onyx per usual.
Onyx, I choose you!
And watching through
Yes,
Onyx's eyes, Onyx begins to head out, keeping his eyes peeled. There is not a lot happening. Quiet night here in a fort. At one point, about an hour in, Onyx does come back and confirm to you, it seems like there is a very large buck moving vaguely towards the camp.
Does Simon keep that to himself?
Do you want to go hunting?
Simon will
We have a
keep
bag
it to
of meat.
himself until
I mean,
it gets
half of it is
close
on the
enough.
ground.
It's clean, shush. It's fine.
Keep it to yourself.
Yes, Simon will keep it to himself until it gets too close.
After maybe another 10-15 minutes, Onyx goes, nah, fucked off and went that way. Explaining roughly western towards the mountains. Okay. That is the most interesting thing that happens during your watch.
Simon will wake up Rom.
Bedtime? Already?
Yes, ma'am. And Simon will go to sleep.
And as Simon begins to conquer sleep once more, Rom, give me a perception check.
Roll well,
Got
or
it.
else.
Oh, well, or else.
Or else?
Or else.
What?
Perish.
What are you gonna do?
I'll kill your character.
Well,
Oh no. Oh
come
no.
at me,
Go for it.
scrub. I'm ripped.
Hey,
Go
you know
for it.
what? You know what, William? Rom rolled better than Walker did, so.
Yeah, but Walker's a bigly mod.
So, with that, Rom, you keep your eyes and ears peeled as best you can through the darkness. Looking, watching. There's a sense of serene calm to it. Even if it is the middle of the night and you can't really see anything much outside of the bubble, especially with the fact that you don't get any campfire light outside of it. Oh.
Could be fine.
Rom practices her new special eyes. And
Then she can see through the bubble.
I mean, the bubble is completely transparent from when we're inside of it.
He means the other way.
What is the exact wording? It says through solid objects.
Yeah, I don't see why not.
Wait a bit. I'm pretty sure that doesn't the tiny hut have something against that? Maybe not.
9 creatures inside it.
Spell effects and other magical effects can't extend through the dome or be cast through it. The atmosphere inside is
Comfortable and dry. Spell ends. Dark. So, spells and magical effects can't extend through it. Oh, that is So, I would say you can see through the dome, but you don't get the ghostly transparent outline. So you would just see them. It would be like being able to just see through the dome.
Huh.
Okay.
So yeah, it does technically work.
Alright. I imagine Rom is kind of distracted, thinking about, like, possible futures and stuff. Maybe that's why she's not paying as great of attention as she could be.
About... Is
she inside or outside the bubble?
Outside.
Okay.
about hour and a half into your watch, there's this very slight rumbling that you and Walker both feel. Like something... The best description I can give is something like exploding on one of the mountaintops to the south.
The fuck?
What in the world was that?
Walker will put his work down and step outside to join Rom. Do you feel that?
Yeah.
Looking to the south, do I see anything funny?
No. Whatever this is, like, you can't make out any... You can't make out past the canopy of the trees. Just like this little off in the distance.
One moment. Walker's gonna go back in and wake up Simon.
Yeah.
Oh, Simon.
Yeah, what?
Odd noise to the south. Send you're familiar. See if there's anything odd.
Go Onyx. Onyx will fly off.
He is very annoyed. He was getting some good sleep.
Me too.
Heads off.
Pretty much after Simon does that, Walker's gonna step outside again, stand with Rom.
No idea what it could have been.
I mean, does it feel similar to hearing the footsteps of the giant that Walker felt back near what the fuck was the town?
Oh my god, were we...
Baron Harbor?
No.
Ben, I assume that the boom boom did not wake me up with my passive?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, because it was incredibly subtle within the bubble.
Okay. That makes sense.
Do you want me to roll again for Onyx?
Yeah, go ahead. Give me an Onyx perception check.
Nice.
Walker would reply back to Rom. I don't know what it is, but it unsettles me.
Yeah, I mean, it's not normal, that's for sure.
Walker will wait patiently for the owl to return. Fucking whiz kid to say something.
Whiskey. What do I see, Van?
Well, you can only watch through the owl when it's within 100 feet of you.
Okay, well, what do I get back from the man?
Maybe 10 minutes go by, 15, 20. $25.
I'm gonna converse with Rom.
Yeah, how long Simon got to stay? Okay.
Walker will say, how you holding up?
Okay. I mean, familiar today?
Yeah, your wounds.
I feel alright. Not any extra hungry or anything.
I suppose that's good.
I mean, I'm trying not to worry about it.
Well, we'll see about testing that in the morning.
What are you gonna do? Wave raw meat in front of everyone's face?
Walker pulls the silver knife out of its sheath and offers it to Rom.
Oh, that. Alright. Rom takes it.
Does it feel funny?
Does it?
No, it's just it's a little cold. Like, it's a little colder than, most things. It's just a nice silver dagger.
she sort of like hold on to it for a minute, then hands it back. No
You'll
problem.
sheath it. I'd say that's a good sign, but we'll try again tomorrow just to be safe.
Yep. You got it.
Say what you want about that bastard, but he knows how to give a good gift.
Definitely useful.
And Walker will stand in silence as he waits for the owl to return.
Simon, 20 minutes go by. 25. 30.
Keep going, I'm waiting. Keep going.
35.
Keep going, I'm still waiting.
40.
Price.
Okay. So I'm just getting kind of concerned.
How far did you tell him to go?
Does he stick his head out the funny bubble?
Simon would probably end up yeah, he would. Just to see.
You see Simon and Rom, I guess?
Walker and Rom, even.
I'm sorry, Walker and Rom.
I guess you
I
haven't
have
figured anything
Simon
out yet in
here.
there? Or do you fall back asleep?
I don't know where he is.
You have any way to find out?
Then do I? Find out.
You can essentially dismiss it and then make it reappear with near you.
Would he remember? Like,
yeah.
Okay, then I guess just start ritual casting it.
You don't need to ritual cast. It's just an action.
I don't. Oh,
Would you
okay.
know if it was
Action.
killed? Destroyed even? Walker kind of, unsure of which word would be correct.
No. Simon will dismiss and then reappear his animal.
And he does not appear.
Wait, what?
He does not appear. You go to attempt to do your focus on dismissal and returning. There's nothing. But no, this means he is no longer amongst the semi-living.
So what does that mean? What?
And killed him out there.
That means you have to recast the spell.
I know.
Yep.
Simon will begin. It's a fucking hour. Are we?
I mean, he can do it in the
okay?
morning. But...
How does Simon react to this news?
Simon's worried, but not too worried.
Simon?
Does he say anything?
What's
going on?
I have to cast him back again. He's
What does that
gone.
mean? Gone?
Something got him. What did it sound like? At least I didn't hear it. I was asleep.
Like a big. We've heard like fireball is an explosion, right?
Yeah.
Fireball's a ball of fire, not an explosion. Also, we've seen him fire meteors from the sky. That's a little bit different.
Probably just as loud.
Well, what I was going to say was like an explosion, but I didn't know if we had ever heard an explosion before.
I'm sure you if you haven't, you would
cannons.
still know what it is. What?
There's no cannons,
No.
so like, what's the common source of explosion? Fireworks? You've established those are like.
No, it
arcane
would be
things.
like a keg of oil being lit or something like that, and then just something like that really going off, or magic. Arcane explosions are the big thing.
There you go. There's the reference.
Just to be clear, Ben, did you say that the ground rumbled and then they heard what sounded like an explosion? Or did you say that the ground rumbled as if something had exploded far away?
The latter.
So they didn't actually hear anything?
No, it was just like a... Like, there was, like, that vague, like, shaking. Like, the kind of thing where, like, in like, a Godzilla movie, where, like, you hear that first thump, and you see, like, a bloop of water, that kind of thing.
Or like thunder, but without the sound.
Yeah.
You two get back inside.
What are you gonna do?
Walker kind of looks in the direction of the noise and shakes his head. Nothing for now. We'll talk about this more in the morning.
Should I get someone else up for watching, or?
Once you're ready, yes.
Alright. Guess Rom will return to the bubble for now?
Walker spends another few minutes standing outside, looking in that direction. He'll probably continue standing outside for a bit longer, trying to remain a bit more actively vigilant than he was previously.
Trying to keep your eyes peeled, trying to keep your ears alert. Nothing else you hear. Last watch?
Rom will grab, how about Ishri?
Okay.
We heard a weird rumble a while ago, but nothing else happened. Like, shrugs.
Walker's still outside.
Ishri nods, grabs her armor and her dress, and then during the first 10 minutes of her watch, she'll be putting her armor back on.
Perception check. Damn.
Someone had to do well.
I mean, law of averages, after all the fucking rolls you guys got getting over the mountain, I guess the karma had to come back.
That's not karma, dickhead.
Karma for me.
You didn't do anything good. Fuck you.
No.
Karma is stuff that you did in your previous life, also.
As you focus, listen, watch, we are going to take one final break. So, I lost my words.
Had to get that out of your system, huh?
Yeah, I got a little phlegmy in my words. Let's try that again. After Ishri, you get comfortable and you listen out, watch, maybe 15, 20 minutes, and a little while after you get your armor on, there is another one of those just subtle that you feel.
Is it closer?
No, seems about the same.
Can Ishri gauge at all what it might be?
The closest you felt would be something similar to, like, those undead giants that you guys fought in the shadow.
In that case, Ishri stands up immediately and says, "Are there giants in this area? Dead or alive? Are there giants here?"
Is she outside the bubble with Walker?
Yeah, she is.
Walker glanced at her for a moment before looking back in the direction. I don't know. We had trolls back on Lenore. Sizable. Walker points at like a spot in a tree to relay how tall they are. Horrible things, really. They regenerate. You have to use fire against them. But hardly unkillable. Though, this wasn't quite like that. Though, it doesn't feel like it's getting any closer, whatever it is. It's hard to say if it wouldn't be an actual giant or if it's something else. We only need to worry if it decides to come our way.
I suppose, I guess. We have other things to worry about. It's not like it's going to sneak up on us. on us, whatever it is. Okay.
And
Walker continues to stare in that direction for a little while, eventually bringing out the funny symbol, the change symbol, and he proceeds to take it inside and he proceeds to examine it for a while on the inside of the bubble before eventually trying to get some sleep.
Attempt to get some sleep, and as you do, everyone else slowly begins to waken, and the bubble disappears. Indicating another day.
Simon, first thing in the morning, will start ritual casting Find Familiar.
I guess the rest of us would probably notice that and be like, "Hey, Simon, what you doing? What you doing, pal?"
Onyx never returned last night.
What?
Returned from where?
Was he
Simon
going
then
out?
motions to Walker.
While he's sleeping.
Never returned from Walker
We
taking a
heard,
nap.
well, I guess we didn't really hear it so much as feel it. There was like some kind of rumble, like a little earthquake or something.
It happened during my watch later as well.
That seems concerning.
It does indeed.
Owen frowns in thought, racking his brains to see if he remembers anything that might make such a sound in his ancestral homeland.
You have any large creatures around here, such as an elephant?
I asked if... Oh, sorry.
Sorry, Hannah, go ahead.
No.
I was just going to ask Ben if Owen knows what could have made the sound.
Give me a... nature or history check.
Can I have advantage because it's a Kyn Taryn thing?
Yeah, the context is whether this is something you have read about, or like historically, if it's something you think you might have heard of. But yeah, I'd say advantage.
Big.
Yeah, the concept of giants well and deep within the Feltier Peaks is not well documented, but they're known to exist. The assumption most people make is that they either live within the mountains or somewhere within the Edoras Desert Canyon.
After his moment of thought, Owen will kind of look in the direction if it was indicated, and he'll say, almost like not absent-mindedly, but like, you know, he's definitely focused on the direction rather than his words. He'll say, "I've heard tell of giants living in the peaks themselves, but never this far to the west."
Would they be aggressive?
Can I answer that, Ben? Can I know that?
You don't know any... Give me a history check as well. Also with advantage.
Is this one regular? Yeah. Okay, also. Nice. Fucking nice.
You've never, like... In general, giants, like, as most essentially primitive humanoid-esque beings would probably be aggressive if they were hungry or felt threatened, but, like, you've never heard any stories going back as far as you know of them really entering Kyn Taryn's lands at all. Always just kind of been very much live and let live.
I mean, I suppose if it was hungry, but as I said, all the tales that I heard of the giants were, you know, in the peaks themselves. They don't. Again, as far as I know, they've not come down from the mountains.
Well, hopefully they don't start yelling for help in Lenorian.
That would be something.
I suppose if they do, we'll know better this time.
Don't help anyone who asks for it? It seems...
No, but we should be cautious. Especially now that we are in, as much as it pains me to say, we are in hostile territory.
Still kind of nodding his head down, Walker comments, the cautious thing would have not been to split up in a situation like that.
Aye. But to all intents and purposes, it looked like a man was being mauled to death by a wolf. It was a clever trap.
Walker sighs deeply before getting up and beginning putting things together.
So, are we aiming to build a camp somewhere near there by tonight? Near
That's
Borealis?
the idea, depending on how long Simon takes.
We need to be very careful as we approach Borealis on the road. It is vital that we are not seen.
Once we're actually on the road, if ever it isn't quite dark enough at that time, I have a spell that might help us at least do some good reconnaissance without any concern. I should be able to make somebody entirely invisible.
Useful spell.
Not one I've ever
Didn't you
used
say you
before.
couldn't do that?
I believe I've perfected the tattoo that would be required to do it. I've never actually tried to.
Well, maybe we'll need to make some time to test that before we rely on it.
Well, we'll see.
That, you guys complete a night's rest. Getting back 3 spell slot levels for the casters in the group. Less if you're half, you know. You know the...
Walker does not get any of these because he was staying up the entire time.
Right, he didn't get a night.
Speaking of resting, like as the group is kind of sitting down to breakfast, Owen will do a bit of fussing over Sophia, Rom, and Evian. He'll like feel their forehead and like he'll do like regular doctor stuff, but then he'll like resort, like if he doesn't get anywhere, he'll resort to like
putting a silver coin in their hand.
No. He'll like I was thinking he would like be like, oh, okay, you tell me, does this hurt? Oh no, okay, well tell me, what do you think about this? And then he'll like blindside them with like a side of meat or something.
Evian would probably look excited either way.
Sophia would just look very confused throughout all of this.
Walker sighs before approaching the group. He holds out the dagger. He holds out the dagger. Blade first. No. He would do handle first, towards Rom first. She already gets the idea.
And Rom sits there and stares.
What?
I said he puts the blade out, handle first, towards Rom, since
Jesus.
she already knows the
Sorry
groove.
for being a massive airhead. Rom takes it.
and then holds the blade, right?
Yeah. Is her
Okay.
arm fine?
Yeah. See?
I feel okay. Well,
Okay.
I'll hands the knife back.
Walker gestures towards Evian.
Evian will just grab the blade. I'm pretty sure I'm okay, which is good.
Give it a minute.
I mean, it was pretty instantaneous on the man last night.
He's also had the affliction
morning.
for a long time.
Evian will make a like a small cut in his finger with it, just to see.
Oh, it fucking burns. But mostly just because you cut your finger.
Yeah.
Seems to be alright. Doesn't hurt any more than a normal dagger.
Walker will take the dagger back, wipe the blood off, and then hand it to Sophia.
I will not cut myself. She says that, but she'll put the flat of the blade like on the inside of her arm, so that it's like basically touching a lot of the skin.
It's for a very well-made, like nearly pristinely made dagger. Like the handle is now warm and like you expect like that, that nice like almost chilling cold to the touch, but it's still weirdly warm. But otherwise, you're fine.
Okay. Sophia just shrugs as that seems fine.
Walker will take the dagger back and put it away. We'll try this again for the next couple days, just to be safe, but things are looking at least positive for now.
And let me know, or someone, if you're feeling fever or anything like that.
Sure.
Yep.
At this point, you guys have roughly half an hour or so to kill before Simon finishes his ritual.
Now, what is our goal for today? Which do we want to investigate, or do we want to just keep going and ignore it?
I'm pretty sure the plan should be to have some kind of camp.
A base camp.
Yes, but we need to move closer, do we not?
We'll have
Quiet.
We probably don't want to be at least a few hours away.
What I meant was, do we want to investigate the booms?
No,
Big
we don't have the time or resources.
It is the opposite way that we wish to travel.
Maybe we'll come to regret that, but for now, we have no choice.
I don't have
Well.
any quick way of checking it out, so.
And especially with Onyx being killed, that is very strange.
Simon, will
Yes.
he...
Will
When
he
you summon him
remember what
again, will he
killed him?
remember what happened?
Yeah, that is a good question.
Yeah, he should.
Will he?
So we
Is it,
may get some good information either way.
then is it necessarily still
Yeah,
the same?
Ben, is that
What? Onyx?
if I get him back, will he
Yeah, it's still the same
remember?
Onyx.
Okay.
So
Are you
maybe,
making him a tiny elephant this time?
unless he was shot out of the sky by something he could not see, then surely he will have a little bit of information.
Are you gonna make it the same this time, Simon?
Simon nods his head.
They get a tiny flying elephant.
Yeah,
Making
that's
it
what I'm
darker
asking.
this time.
Yeah, okay. Simon will make Onyx a shade darker.
One single shade.
Shade. That's funny.
Like one feather is black now.
A slightly darker cream color.
And as the rest of you pack up, ready to go, Simon, you finish your ritual. You resummon Onyx, who immediately, as he appears, is just fluttering and freaking the fuck out. Then after a second, looks around and just kind of falls to the ground, a little confused and stressed out.
What happened? What happened, buddy?
Projected to you are images of Onyx flying pretty far to the south, like traveling for damn near fucking almost maybe half hour, 35 minutes seems to be. Very quick, just gliding over everything and then seeing something, going to investigate, and it seems like it was some sort of dead giant. And as Onyx got closer to investigate, you see just these flashes of images of a man in a dark silver and yellow cloak.
Was a man in a dark silver and yellow cloak? Did I get anything else, like how it was done?
It seems like he noticed this, and after a quick second, based on the speed with which he reacted, he seemed to have knowledge that what Onyx was doing was not natural of an owl, and immediately conjured some sort of flame in his hand and blasted Onyx out of the goddamn sky.
Fuck. That sounds Soul Stridery.
It sounds very Soul Stridery.
Yeah, I was gonna say the way he's dressed, that's a Soul Strider.
That's what I thought too.
And the fact that he just fucking soloed a giant.
Yeah, I was gonna say, somebody who can kill a giant is potentially problematic.
Somebody who can kill a giant and then be perceptive enough to notice an owl in the night.
And maybe do it twice? There were
Maybe.
2 loud noises. That would be 2 giants falling.
That could be bad. The fact that he is now aware of some sort of presence.
He is aware of a presence, at least. If he found the owl being magical, that could be a problem.
Why would he kill giants? Because they aren't like they are, you know, where I'm from, right?
They are not good creatures here.
I mean,
They are not friendly.
But they're also not malicious.
Unless he's trying to do a ritual in the woods.
Unless he is hunting for materials of sorts.
Or
I
perhaps...
don't know what giant blood or something could be used for, but
Yeah,
perhaps
if vampires need some kind of... I don't know.
sustenance, maybe.
Humanoids. Maybe
there
it only
is-
eats humanoid meat?
Perhaps.
There's magic to make such a creature in the Shadowfell. Can it be done here?
I would assume so.
Create
Magic
a
is the
giant?
same no matter where you are, no?
In the Shadowfell, Sophia, we fought giants that were undead.
Yes, but that's just how the dead come through a little bit.
So would that be a giant coming through as undead?
I think so.
In that case, would this vampire who is related to your plane, Ishrit, be trying to send more giant through?
I was going to say, is there a chance that maybe they are testing not the ability to send them to the Shadowfell, but to bring them back?
What did the giant, the Onyx? What did the dead giant look like? Did it look decayed, or did it look like it had recently been slain, or did you get details of that sort? She says, talking directly to the owl.
What you got, Simon, was it did not seem decayed. It was on the ground. Its arm seemed to be missing, like it had been completely destroyed through arcane means, along with part of its chest, maybe. Its head was only half hanging on, like you know, half of the neck and the chest down to almost the abdomen, and then the entire arm were just missing. But it seemed fairly reasonable.
Simon wouldn't say exactly that.
That's not. That to me seems nothing like going to or from the Shadowfell. It seems unrelated.
I mean, if they're just killing giants to then bring them back, it doesn't mean that it'll look automatically like whatever it looks like in the Shadowfell. It might just look like a dead giant.
Whatever
I don't
whatever
know
reason
what-
this person's doing this, it can't be good. But for now, I don't think we can worry about it. We need to carry out our goal.
I'm just concerned that we're gonna be met with giants there.
We've killed giants before. We can kill them again.
Hopefully, we won't be having backup this time.
Yeah, if there's a soul strider with them, it might not be as easy.
Well, either way, we have much reconnaissance to do, much travel. Let's get moving.
Right.
And we do.
You make your way out
Downtown.
to the world. If you guys, depending on where you're trying to get, you've got probably a little more than a day's travel unless you really want to push yourself.
We want to end up somewhere around here around nightfall.
Yeah,
And from there, we're
mean,
going to try to cross the road at night.
Yeah, I was
Okay.
gonna say I think the goal is to cross.
In that
at
case,
nightfall.
same marching order.
I'd say so.
Yeah?
In that case. And then perception checks, the survival check of Walker's pathfinding.
I think I need.
I meant to. As soon as I clicked roll, William, I thought of, oh, maybe I should have Owen ask Walker if he could pathfind because we're in Kyn Taryn now, but it's too late.
Well,
Got a nat 20 and a natural 1. Great.
Is it too late? I mean, we could just say Walker's is that was Walker's roll for seeing.
just give Owen the natural 1!
Fuck
That's
you.
not what I meant. Walker have the natural one for seeing things.
What's done is done, we'll be fine.
Okay.
So, the day begins proper. You make your way into the fields of the southern lands of Kyn Taryn. Walker, doing your best. Maybe something eating at you, something... Definitely not completely there for one reason or another. It's not your best. You get not necessarily turned around, but there are a couple of times where you kind of pause and have to refocus, and it's noticeable. Owen, keeping your eyes peeled to the front. Evian, keeping your eyes peeled for Soul Striders, Giants, and other dangers to the back.
Yes, sir.
There is not a lot happening. It is a quiet day's travel. Onyx, listening to your commands as annoyedly as possible, Simon. For the most part, just hooting and cooing, which seems to translate to, how would you like it if I sent you off to your death and then brought you back, you asshole?
Simon would set up food for him every time he would come back. It's like an info dump on me. You fucking give him some meat.
He kind of starts eating it and gives you a look. Looks back at you, looks at the food. The first time he leaves and doesn't say anything. Second time he comes back, nothing out there. Pretty pissed. Dying was not enjoyable. But over the course of the day, he eventually gets over it enough to be willing to report that there is a flock of geese moving overhead that he followed for about 15 minutes, wondering where they were going before turning around and coming back. They seem to be going northwest.
Thank you, Onyx. Very cool.
That's my favorite synth pop band.
Do we have malicious geese in Kyn Taryn?
I feel like all geese are by
Every
default
goose.
malicious.
Yeah, there's never been a goose I've known
But, like-
to be not malicious.
Are they like you know, we have Gar's geese, but then there's like all those fucking Kyn Taryn geese. You don't want to mess with those, you know.
Well, there are. You have definitely heard more stories of people getting attacked by geese than giants. So
it's very funny.
So I mean, it's up to you how you all weigh the dangers there.
A flock of geese can change shapes into a giant. Little known fact. A lot of standing on shoulders.
They're a fucking Power Rangers ass Megazord.
It's just made of geese.
Oh. Eventually, as the day crests, keeping your wits about you, though definitely on the slower side today, making your way well and truly into the plains of the day. Get further little by little. Oh, and you now know you're not but a few miles out from
I'd like to add something.
Okay.
I think Owen can obviously tell that Walker seems a bit more tired than he usually is today. Like he's been drained in a new way.
Oh, because he's a magic boy now.
Hee hee. And canon excuses for shitty rolls.
I think Owen knows Walker too well though to like he knows if he points it out, Walker's just gonna be upset. So he'll like smile to himself, but he won't say anything. Like maybe if Walker's like, okay, we should just go around that bend there and then up that way, and Owen sees like there's obviously a better way, like he'll be like, or we could go this way instead.
Yeah, okay.
Just gently nudging him in the correct direction.
Making your way around a couple of lakes, some banks, nice bits of land here and there, hills, to get to the point where the trees are thinning out. They're dying into occasional thickets rather than proper open forest or proper open plains or like thick forest. Now it's just random smatterings of thickets of trees. So you're at a point now where going further will get you closer to the road, but would definitely be more likely to expose you.
Perhaps we should wait for the cover of darkness before we go any farther.
I think that is a smart move.
I agree.
Big day tomorrow.
Oh shit. Hey Ven.
Yep.
I also totally meant to, at the beginning of the session, I meant to grab if he had it, the red band from the guy we had.
He did not have one.
Okay.
They're trying to be incognito. They're not carrying their fucking their kill on sight bands on them.
Very fair.
But anyway, so you guys are resting for a few hours?
I'd say so.
You wait the warmest part of the day out in a nice little thicket of trees. You can hear the sounds of squirrels bickering in the trees. The occasional hooting of an owl. Other various goings-on of nature.
Those who are more perceptive would notice that Walker has eyed Onyx several times, saying something along the lines, "Can't believe you didn't make it any darker."
Bean's like, we made them a little bit darker. I mean, you can just barely.
You could kind of tell in that angle.
You
see that tail feather?
Just a little
it looks
bit.
Just the slightest bit darker.
While we're waiting,
Oh, go ahead, Alex.
while we're waiting, I could try to get some more answers out of Jakeman, or See what Liliana's up to.
Sounds like a good idea.
Oh yeah, did you want to know anything else about the guy who was in the lab?
Who's this now?
I'm not Walker's friend, Jakeman, I think?
Jakeman.
Aye.
He was a bounty hunter back in Lenore. Took a job that was too much for him. Ended up being infected by that. Well, you know what. Ended up fucking off before we had a chance to deal with him. Me and Ishri went and found him after, after we found Ishri. And then we told him to go seek out the chemistry company that supposedly had been working on a cure.
I mean, now that they've infected a bunch of people, I'm sure finding a cure would be useful.
I can imagine, but we have no way of knowing their true motives.
They're awful far away now.
I
Quite.
did, when we were in Verona, I spoke to one of the chemists. It was about the poison that man killed himself with. And at the time, I didn't really think anything of it, but he did seem a bit, I don't know, not suspicious, but
Cagey?
aye, like he was hiding something, but you know, I'd never met the man before.
I imagine most people from Verona are hiding something or another.
All the same, gave me a bad feeling. He did.
Walker kind of chuckles to himself. Hell, even I was hiding something.
I mean, I'm not one to talk. I was hiding quite a few things in Verona.
We all were.
Walker looks to the group one by one, remembering how everyone had secrets. Except for Sophia, the surprisingly secretless person.
I mean, she came here as a spy. She just told people pretty quickly.
Yeah, alright, that's fair.
Imagine outing yourself.
Imagine outing yourself and then having your dwarf friend out you in public.
Oof. Feels bad.
Well, what should I ask him? Or should I check in on Liliana?
Check in on Liliana.
I'd
I'd
like to know how Lily's doing.
Remember to explain how the magic works.
Alright, then, again, it's gonna be fairly simple. Hey Lily, what's up? How are you doing? Just checking in on you. You got 25 words.
Man, hey Ven, were you thinking we were gonna contact old player characters? Let's call Henry next.
I think we need to get
if you
Nicole
get
and
Lori,
Ryan into the call.
if you get Lori, at least I'll be here. Yeah.
Oh shit, that's funny. Let's call Lori for Jakeman.
Let's go hit up Leonard Silverboy real quick while we're here.
Nobody knows him.
Nobody knows.
Call Andre. Get Andre on speed dial. Alba's the reincarnation. Rom's the reincarnation of Alba, so it works, right?
Rom.
Not true.
Your sending spell not go through.
To Lori? To Liliana?
Yeah.
That's sad.
That's upsetting.
Oof.
Liliana's
Oof.
Now here's
Do
the
I
question:
think she's
does she
dead,
lie?
or is she asleep? Or can I not tell?
She is. It is as if your spell cannot find her.
Oh no.
Rom
Oh, no.
Browns.
What did she say?
What did she say?
Well, I don't think my spell could find a.
Walker glances to Owen, remembering what happened last time.
The color drains from Owen's face, and he puts his right hand over his heart a little bit and like rocks back as if somebody had like struck him. And he shakes his head and he says, "No, it can't be true. It can't."
Is it different when like someone is asleep?
I believe we've established people can. There's a difference. Like if they're
Lokar has definitely answered several sendings while sleeping.
Yes, I think I established that sendings wake people up.
Okay.
Unless they are literally unconscious.
Well, it doesn't necessarily mean the worst. I mean,
she did like getting in scraps, didn't she?
Aye, but the only times my messages haven't gone through were when my brothers were dead, or when Miles was in Valhallans.
Are we sure that her magic works exactly the same as yours?
I mean, it's supposed to be similar, if not the same spell.
I mean, from like descriptions, it seems more or less the same.
Well, give it a try later. For now, well, you can contact Jakeman, or I guess you can contact Lori for him.
Rob looks like guilty to be the bearer of potentially very bad news. And she's obviously distracted. She sort of like shakes her head. What else should I say to him?
To who?
Ether? I mean, I guess we could just check on Lowry.
Yeah. Suppose you'd appreciate that. Parker kind of scoffs, thinking about Jakeman's misplaced priorities.
Listen, Lori would have helped him out as long as she could.
Thanks, Kim, for establishing that. Walker just thinks Jakeman's a fucking idiot kid. Idiot kid brother. Needs the massive sibling to look out for him.
What class was Lori? For some reason,
Paladin?
I don't
Wasn't
remember.
she?
Yeah, she was a paladin.
She threw hammers.
Oh, yeah. Oh, you're right. You're right.
She needs to know what class Lori is to contact her.
Oh, I was just curious. Eat a dick.
Please no, not again.
All right, I guess it's Lori time. Hi, Lori.
Hi.
How are you? Hi. How are you doing?
How many words are you gonna waste on hi?
Hi, Lori. How are you? We're just checking on you. You can reply with up to 25 words.
Could say it's wrong.
She knows.
It's still courtesy. You got extra words in there. We're doing great.
It's
peace signs. Bye.
You could tell her.
Bye-bye.
Hi, Lori. It's the newly dubbed Shynwatch, so now she can start spreading the name in Lenore.
Lori, it's us. We've come to collect.
Okay, give me a second.
You owe us your letter.
So anyway, as the sending to Lori goes through,
what happens?
It's dial up, so it takes a minute.
So
Hey
you gotta
there.
have that good
I don't actually remember what voice I gave Lori.
Valley girl.
I mean, I could give her a Valley Girl voice, but that wasn't it.
She's just mocking Rob!
Oh my god.
I could find a session with her.
Hey there.
I was just traveling around, and I'm just traveling around in Verona right now. Jakeman has gone off to do some strange thing, hopefully to get rid of his condition at the moment. I haven't seen him, or some. I don't know if I've gone over the 25 words. Haven't seen him since. Is how she'd probably end.
She's fine. Sounds like traveling around in Verona. Hasn't seen Jakeman.
Well, if we contact him again, I guess you can let him know.
How many weeks has it been, though, Ben?
Since
she would have, I guess, been waiting around?
Probably maybe 4 or 5 weeks at this point.
Okay, there might be a little bit more concern, I guess, if it's been 4 or 5 weeks. Less of a excited, hey there, more of a like, yeah, I've just kind of been waiting around. It's been a while.
Well, Rom will remember for next time.
She doesn't know what's going on. For all she knows, it might just take a while for the cure to happen. Sophia doesn't know these things.
Not in a dungeon.
Yeah, she doesn't know that. Lori doesn't know these things.
Alrighty. So with that, do you have any other NPCs you want to contact?
The fuck was that noise?
Owen's gonna try too. Like when Rom says, or it was Walker or Sophia. Somebody said, like, does the magic work the same way?
Walker said that.
That was like a spark of hope for Owen, and he's gonna try too. He's gonna focus on Lily, and he'll say to her, with sending, Lily, can you hear me? It's Owen. That's it.
And as your voice leaves on the wind dies far too soon and does not find a destiny.
You bastard.
Man, oh man. Shouldn't have gone to Verona.
Once his spell doesn't work, Owen kind of looks around at everybody. Something near... It's not panic. Yeah, maybe it's panic. In his eyes.
Could this be another situation? I hate to say it, similar to Miles, where she's in a location that cannot be reached?
I mean, if the chemistry company was holding her, then shouldn't Rom not have been able to talk to Jakeman?
Guess depends on their containment.
Maybe she was deemed as more dangerous. I do not know.
While I'm not going to say it'd be good for us if she has been taken to the likes of Varhellens, Walker just kind of like pat his bag. We already have a solution for that if she has.
Aye. But that place...
I know. Either way, it's information that can be found out. It just sadly has to wait a while.
The hell it does. And fuck, I was not expecting that. Owen's gonna do another sending, man.
Yeah?
You got any other old characters you want to talk to?
Actually, yes.
Oh boy, you want to go talk to fucking
Henry?
Nope. Owen's going to focus on Captain Jameson Raymar.
Oh, for fuck's sake!
Lord.
Oh my god!
Oh.
Remember when Bill was complaining he has to know where every single NPC is at all times? God, that's fucking funny,
That's
dude.
really funny, man.
After that, would you like to go talk to fucking Marin Willoughby out in Dunrock? See how she's doing?
Let's check in on the fucking dickhead we sent to Alpha from Verona who had fucking the funny mark.
Oh.
Let's check in on the owner of this shit hotel back in Varen Harbor.
All right, so we're talking to fucking Jameson Raymar.
I'm running it as fast as I can.
I mean, you want to check on the guy who ran Misty Morsels back in Varen Harbor? I know what he's doing.
Making Misty Morsels?
Clearly, let's check in on Maury, the navigator aboard the Long Haul.
Oh, you want to go see how Marquez is doing? What he's up to?
How do you spell? Is it Cena?
John Cena?
Lily's last name.
Sena.
I just found my original fucking note about Ishri. Let me just kind of give you that. There you go.
Wait, do you think Noriho is a cult?
You acted like it. You acted like it,
Okay,
fucko.
okay, I got it. I'm good.
She still does.
Let's
kind of like after Walker said like that's for another time, and Owen responded rather hurriedly. He turns northeast and he focuses on Captain Jameson Raymar, and he says kind of hurriedly, Captain, apologies for the intrusion, but if you're still in Verona, can you tell me if Liliana Sana has been taken to Valhallans?
There's a pause. Is this incredibly important? We are in the process of remobilizing the Sun's Chosen.
Oh. Ooh,
That's his response.
You bet your ass, man. Nobody better die, because Owen, you bet your ass he's using his last level 3 spell slot for this.
Oh my lord!
Hey, you're level 7. You got 4th. You can waste on Revivify now.
Immediately, no hesitation. Owen responds back. It's important to me. I would take it as a personal favor, but I understand if you're busy.
When next I speak with the Intellier Brigade, I will look into. Is it important that she's freed?
No! No!
My God! Use a 4th level, fucker.
Just tell Rom, and she'll do
Yes,
it.
Rom do it.
He just starts hearing a different voice.
Listen, all I'm saying is, we
actually, it's important that she's freed. Also, what is her why?
Damn it.
You guys decided to blow all your spells talking. I can go down the list. Do you want to talk to anyone else?
Listen,
Owen,
let's call Jay Spallino. He'll fucking come through for us. He owes us one, remember? We saved those kids for him.
Owen, he lets out like a frustrated snarl almost, and he turns to Rom and Simon, I guess. Wait, Simon's never cast a spell, so he wouldn't know.
He had, I mean, we know out of character he has the spell.
So he turns to Rom, and there's like the beginnings of a tear forming at the corner of Owen's eye, and he looks a bit pleadingly at Rom, and he says, do you remember the captain?
The one that helped us? Sure.
Aye. Can you tell him from me? Can you tell him if she's in Valhallans, it is important that she's freed.
Sec. Let me open.
Where is that place?
Surely you've heard of Valhallans.
Valhallans is the largest and most secure prison in all of Lenore. It's located directly off the coast of Verona, kind of a prison island that way.
Would Sophia have? I'm assuming then she would have.
Give me a history check. See if this was in her. Yeah, I mean, you kind of like. Oh yeah, like you didn't necessarily retain the name, or maybe you pronounced it wrong in your head when you were reading it, but yeah, it's pretty much hell on earth.
I just never. I guess I didn't realize that's how you pronounced it. Sorry.
Well, take it from me. Take it from us. You are lucky that you have never been there.
I've read about it.
Well, I can't yet, Owen, but as soon as I can, I will.
All right. I'm sorry. I want to know if she's safe.
As soon as I can.
And Owen spends the rest of the time until nightfall pacing.
After an hour or so of focused meditation. Focused meditation for an hour or so, Rom, you kind of focus, pray to your powers, do your rituals to whatever being gives you these abilities, and after an hour or so, you're good to go.
Alright, you said if she is in Valhallans, it's important that she's freed. Is that it?
Aye.
Then Rom will say that, prefaced by on behalf of Owen.
On behalf
There
of
you go.
Owen, Mac, Dirk.
Mac, Dirk. Yeah.
The prince.
Oh, after a moment, there's a pause. Oh, I will see what I can do if she is there and if the crimes are not.
Get out, then.
I will see what I can do if she's there and the crimes are not too heinous. Otherwise, I will have her moved into solitary confinement. To at least buy her more time. News from the other side?
God, what a fucking question. Just send it back. Let's see, 25 words. Vampires, werewolf riders.
No, you can cut that down to one. Twilight.
No, you could cut it down to one even shorter than that. You could say, yes. There is news from the other side.
Splits, scourges.
He said that if she was there and if her crimes weren't too bad, he would have her moved into solitary if he could.
He's a good man.
And then he asked if there was news.
And then we all snort simultaneously.
Walker's is more of a
just
snore.
Kinda, like, shrugs lamely.
Tell him, if you wish. Tell him that it's too much to tell with magic.
Depends on what you want to tell him. Red band split. One controlled by vampire. That seems pretty significant. Garland holding out. Bit of a stalemate.
Say nothing of the coming battle. I trust Raymar, but
He is still a member of the Sun's Chosen.
aye.
Or of the Vampire. I feel like any decent man would have concerns over that.
All right, then. Maybe there's much to tell with too few words. Garland holding out, red band split. One half controlled by vampires. I don't think that's over the limit.
It is or it isn't.
All right. There's a pause. I'm sorry. Vampires? A split? What? Can you get more information to us? We're essentially blind here.
Nope. Sophia can't help with all these spells because she doesn't know these people.
He was surprised and concerned, to say the least. And asked for more information if we could get it to him. But I mean, I want to be out for a while again.
We might want to hold off.
I don't know what else we would want to tell him anyway.
We might want to hold off until we're at least done with this. Walker just fucking leans forward a bit, just fucking, and just doesn't continue. Fuck, he's tired. Ugh.
Maybe you want to start sleeping a little bit more, Moses.
Walker just kind of grunts.
You look
as
a
a
little worse
non-response.
than usual.
Fine.
Rom looks surprised but pleased.
Walker said, "I'm fine."
Oh.
Yeah, the only thing that came across was fine.
Yeah, I thought that might be the case.
Oh. In that case, Rom does not look either surprised or pleased.
Surprised?
Yeah.
Surprised or pleased. Instead, she just frowns.
Normally, Walker, I would suggest you get what rest you could, but if it was me,
We'll be
I wouldn't be
moving
able to
soon.
sleep after this.
We'll be moving soon. Everyone be ready. Walker like slap his face a bit to get himself back in the game.
Alrighty. As you do, spending the latter parts of the afternoon here in this last large outcropping of trees before it gives way to Kyn Taryn Fields, you begin to travel once more. You pack up your non-existent camp. You're trying to make it past the road before nightfall, correct?
We wait for after it's dark, then get past.
After night.
Yeah.
So, like, we would have stayed here.
Yeah.
Until like sunset.
Yeah, that's what I was
something.
figuring. Until right before sunset, then start moving again, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
That way it's nightfall by the time we're at the road.
Go back to our good old new checks from the lads.
Walker's gonna be looking for any recent passage is
We
kind of the most
took,
important
like,
thing here.
2 or 3 hours to do all this stuff.
Yeah?
Oh yeah, the face slaps really did it!
Damn!
God, that's fucking big!
Where's
That's respectable.
What are you, Owen? Making sure no one's infected?
Pretty fucking good, dude.
The eyes are open and the bloodhound is going. And you make your way.
Downtown.
You
I'm sorry.
get closer and closer as the sun sets more and more behind your back, and I know, kind of a 45-degree angle towards your back.
He is in the ignition of the Ford Bronco.
How close do you want to get before? Because it gets to a point where it's like pretty much going to be close to just open field.
I mean, we're crossing it to get over to the other side, like near the forest over there.
As you start moving up, you can see the last hill cresting, and moving from east to west, you do see a wagon along with what seems like a decent amount of troops.
Well, we wait them out.
I'm sorry?
Walker will call the group to hold, and then, to stay down. Keep an eye out for any others incoming,
You listening, you can hear conversation and a lot of bickering. Not a lot of, like, they're obviously not trying to be quiet. Lots of just, like, talking down about Garland, about, like, this place, shit like that. That innkeeper really thought we were gonna give him coin. Fucking showed him. And then you see him high five.
There's like popping noises coming from Owen's knuckles.
In total, it looks like about 20 to 25 men.
I mean, how big are those meteors?
Not now.
Darren sticks up his thumb to like measure.
I wish I had something more subtle.
Our goal isn't to engage, it's to scout. Don't bring unnecessary attention to us.
I could make one of them mad. They wouldn't notice.
Again, let's not cause anything right now.
Mm-hmm.
Their time will come.
Will. Will you watch them go by? Are there any more high fives?
No. Seems like more just laughing about beating up an innkeeper.
Fucking assholes!
Now that we are actually seeing red band soldiers, Ven, that we know for a fact are red.
Oh yeah, they have a red band on their arms. They have a wagon being pulled by 2 horses. Like, the horses, not malnourished, but not well taken care of.
Can we tell from this distance, like, are they the standard kind of ramshackle rapscallions that we know the red band to be? Do they look well fed? Are they, like what's the deal with these
I mean,
guys?
they're in good spirits, so that generally bodes well for them being well fed. But like, you're pretty far away still, and like, they seem like your standard fare red band, not unlike the ones you guys saw at the war camp.
Van, the actual like band on their arm would be very easy to fake, right?
Yeah. It's just a piece of cloth
like
tied
a red
off.
circle of cloth.
Luckily, one of the tattered cloaks Walker has is red.
Is it?
I don't know. Maybe
it is now.
It is.
and if it's not, I bet you we could make it red with a liberal application of blood.
Yeah, you should have made him red while you were back
red,
with the
though.
fucking things.
Dried blood is not red.
It is red.
No, it's not.
Damn it, William.
Ishri's dress is red, if y'all want her to rip her dress up.
Is it?
Mm-hmm. That was definitely established that was a red dress.
Sophia
Listen, Walker's
could...
more than happy to have Ishri run a dress. For the sake of our quest.
Sophia can lend her yellow dress to Ishri if that's... need it as well.
There's no way Sophia's dress would fit Ishri.
I mean, it won't, but you
Have
can like.
travel clothing that are specifically made for her.
But
Sophia has travel
that's the
clothing
thing.
on.
Does Ishri care if it fits?
Yeah, like we can just ramshackle something so that she has clothing under her.
Ishri has travel. No. Ishri has travel clothing. She could wear, but she prefers the dress because it's comfy.
If we're sending,
Clothing is comfy.
if we're sending people in disguised as Red Band, I think I don't know. I feel like the best two people would be
maybe don't wear a dress.
and Walker.
What?
I mean,
I feel like Evian and Walker would be the only two people who would really fit in. If we're sending,
I can fit in if I want to. I've fit in many drug gangs.
That was out of character.
Okay.
Yeah, no,
I thought in character that was the thing.
That was out of character.
Sophia, like, legit, that's her thing, is to pretend she's a part of a group of people that she is not.
That's fair. Maybe the three of us then.
If you trust Ishri to lie, she has this guy's self.
I feel like Rom would make a decent entry as
mean,
well. I mean,
Rom
she's
is
wearing shitty armor.
Very good at lying.
I'm pretty
Sophia-
sure all of us could get ourselves in.
Sophia would just lather on some her makeup to try to camouflage some of the tattoos, otherwise she'd be too recognizable
Honestly,
later
I
on.
think everyone but like Sophia,
Simon,
Simon, and
Owen is too
Owen.
noticeable.
What about me? What's wrong with me?
Fuck off. All right.
You're just too happy, man. Sorry.
So do they make their fucking way? Do they get out of the fucking way?
Yes, they do.
Walker will give it another couple minutes after they're gone and then lead the group forward. Let's go.
And off we go.
And you carefully and quickly make your way across, pushing well into the night now, because you've got to get across. You want to get, like, all the way up into the forest to the north, correct?
Yep.
We can finally get rid of that.
What do you get rid of? Oh, the line.
Yeah.
The path.
Yeah, it's funny.
And with that, guys, not necessarily exhausting, but there's
Walker's
definitely a sense of, like, fuck, this is a long day of travel. Even if you're not doing anything arduous, it's just the waiting and being up and then traveling hours more even after it, just so you can be a few hours out of Borealis. You get into the southernmost reaches of the thickets of Kyn Taryn. We're gonna begin setting up a camp.
Serious.
I was thinking, Ben and or William. I think it would be cool if we found a spot that was like, you know how when we camped up by Fort Siege, it was
We had a little cave.
Yeah, we had a little spot. You know, a little spot. Like we
that
weren't
would
just
be-
in a clearing in the woods. We had a little spot. You know.
Walker did roll pretty well in survival.
All right, you guys gonna hunt for a spot?
Yeah, we need a good base camp.
Well, if you're gonna be hunting for a spot, then that means we're gonna take one more final break of the night. All right, and Nick, can I get that phrasing again on what you were looking for?
Look for a spot. Spot. Like
the
if I
fuck
was
is
from
that?
Boston, that's how I'd pronounce spat.
Got a bit of a spot.
On the hunt for a spot with Walker leading the charge. You got him on his leash. He's I'm sorry. I got Walker and William confused. I apologize.
Oh, you're right.
I forgot, Nick. You only take William on Walker and William.
Excuse me?
What?
Well, the leash is a trident, and it's in his chest.
Wait, but
You
if
put-
you're
you put-
on the leash, are you also skewered by the
No,
trident?
like,
William is impaling you through the
I
chest.
took $1 million deal where I got $1 million, but I have to forever hold on the trident that's also connected to your chest.
What are
Anyway,
you gonna do when I die and start decomposing and you still have
I'll
to hold
cry and drag you around.
it? What happens when I start smelling though? Like,
I will
You'll
cry
cry.
some more. I feel like I made that clear.
anyway. So,
I hope you got that recorded.
the last will and testament of Nick
Carrying me around in a trident when I die.
That's gonna be such a weird funeral. Everyone's just walking around. Nick's body is just impaled on a trident.
But we got him in a suit somehow.
You put a suit and then impale him. Oh.
No. He was impaled the entire time. We somehow put the suit on.
Oh, the trident killed him.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Obviously.
Where have you been?
I was assuming that I was assuming the trident was post-mortem.
I'm struck by.
I respect the dead, sir.
When Ben got back, he said we play D&D here.
Yeah, let's play D&D.
Around.
That one wasn't my fault. That one mostly wasn't my fault.
I was my fault. I'll admit it, but it's pretty funny. So fuck you.
Anyway, so searching little by little, lot by lot, you make your way further and further into the depths of the forests of the Kyn Taryn, like the central. I have a fucking name and I never put it on here, and I don't remember where I put it. I'll need to double check. I'll update the map next session. We'll add the rest of the map names that I never added.
Add to the list.
Hey, Ben.
Yeah.
I don't know why this never occurred to me to ask before, but like, since we're in Kyn Taryn lands, and I feel like Owen knows them pretty well, would he know of any like hunters' cabins in these woods?
Give me a history check.
Kicking myself for not thinking about this before.
Before you already had Walker, like
regular
or something.
Regular or advantage?
I'm gonna say regular because I don't think Owen did a lot of hunting.
No,
it's not Walker.
You know of some? They're not this far out. Most of it's like on the Vrot side of the Mordor Shadows of Mar.
Okay.
But like maybe like a couple up north near Darrow, a day or so out from Darrow. But this far, like, you can come out this far that often.
Fair enough.
But anyway, you continue searching little by little until you find this slightly grown over opening, and you're like, huh. You kind of, you got your bloodhound checking it out, and he kind of gives it a sniff and looks it up and down and
pisses on it,
as only William can. But it looks like some of these massive trees here have grown over parts of what looks like a cave going into the ground. Like the cave starts at like a 50 or 60 degree angle down, and then like shining your light into it, it seems to curve a little more straight as it goes further down.
Like, how hard would it be to get into this cave?
I mean, give Ishri.
Just have her bash through the trees.
Yeah, that's what she did last time you needed to get through overgrowth.
Oh, Christ.
If you point her in that direction, she's gonna get so excited. Or bashing.
He's gonna bash!
It definitely would not be incredibly difficult to chop up some of these roots and make a human-sized hole to get through.
Yeah, you sure does that then.
Oh, sad. Owen looks on a bit sad. He looks on one of the trees sympathetically.
It's like, sorry. Meanwhile, in the background, Ishri's just excitedly slashing at them.
That time Owen got upset that Walker put a nail in a tree.
Ishri, give me a...
Yeah, I do remember that.
Ishri, give me an athletics check.
Dude, fucking head wants to crazy for no reason.
Swinging, getting your sword stuck, pulling it out, dragging, trying to tear. These things are not giving way like you would like. Fire gets rid of trees.
That's.
Isha just yells out, "Fire!"
Wait, Owen, can you not do any kind of druid things to avoid fire, which will get us noticed?
Did you say druid?
Do you want me to just...
Oh, sorry. Any kind of, not druid, I didn't. Any kind of earth magic that you can do?
Do you want me to try to pull it open?
Ishri just opens up.
I might be able to do something tomorrow, but I used much of my power asking after Lily.
Fair enough.
I mean, I can just try to do what Ishri was doing, except hopefully better.
Sure. Let's try not to use fire.
Or
I could help.
Walker moves a bit forward, like moves a few leaves and whatnot out of the way, and pounds a fucking piton into the dirt, and then attaches that to a rope, and then takes it and just kind of moves through the thing.
And Evian begins flexing.
He's gonna use the rope to kind of like hold him, let himself fall as he kind of goes into the cave.
And as you,
and then he just rips out the entire thing.
Evian's just like tearing apart. Like I imagine Evian's got like a fucking, like a big ass knife in one hand, using it as like a machete, trying to chop it up while he's fucking tearing apart, breaking them apart.
No. He does improvised weapons. It's a dinner knife.
He did have one.
And after a few moments, as you start to slide down, Evian kind of tears away enough to make a pretty decent-sized hole.
There we go.
So walk already inside. I just seized this.
Yeah, as you kind of get down in there, you can now see, like, there's a bit of, like, it's to the point where there's still, like, I guess, no, there's no light because it's nighttime. So, yeah, you see Evian tear this up and kind of Evian, you'd be able to slide down now and kind of get down into here.
As they do that, Sophia will start putting up 1 or 2 alarm spells as a ritual.
Walker sighs, seeing what Evian fucking did to the entrance. Oh, and see about re-hiding that piton.
Owen mostly ignores Walker and begins singing to the trees in an effort to close their giant gaping wounds.
Sorry, Owen. Sorry, 3.
He's like, as he's singing, Owen's like patting the trees as he would like a sick puppy or something.
Owen's gonna delay everything by 8 hours so he can fucking ritual cast plant growth.
That's funny.
You don't know that I won't.
Is anyone going inside the cave?
Yeah, Evian's in.
You sure
at
follow?
the bottom of the slope, Walker's just kind of sitting, having taken his backpack off, sitting against the wall, just kind of in a bit of a daze. Usually by this point he'd be setting up like a camping spot, but he's just kind of a bit out of it.
Are you feeling all right, Moses?
Walker will blink a few times, kind of not immediately paying attention, before kind of like waving a hand dismissively. Fine.
You don't seem fine to me.
I'll be fine. I'll be fine later.
Ishri gives him a weird look, and then taking Walker's place while he just slumps in a corner, she starts setting up camp instead.
Rum will go find Owen.
He's not far. You could probably hear him singing.
Hey, Owen.
Aye.
Sorry to interrupt, but when you're finished, do you think you could go check on Moses? He seems a little funny.
Funny how?
More tired than usual? Maybe?
Owen frowns. Not really sure what to make of that, as it is Walker we're talking about here.
I mean, maybe it's just from starting to use magic from the first time, I don't know, but...
I mean, I don't know about you, Ron, but I'm always... When I use a lot of power, it wears at me. Maybe that's just me, though.
Guess maybe it's a little different for me, since I can do it more often. Or rather, she kind of like tilts her head, unsure how to like explain the difference maybe. Well, I don't know. Just I'm sure he's gonna tell you that he's fine, but
As he always does.
she just shrugs.
I'll finish up here and then I'll take a look. Do me a favor and keep an eye on him while I'm working.
All right. And well, we'll do so and assist Ishri if she needs assistance.
She won't turn you down.
Did Ishri set up a fire inside the cave?
Ishri's not stupid enough to do that, so no.
Okay, because I was saying this would be the perfect opportunity for magical lights. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, unless there's a lot of ventilation, Ishri won't set up a fire inside a cave, because she ain't that dumb.
The entrance is slanted upwards, so maybe.
Yeah, it's slanted at like about 45-degree angle.
Though
I mean, if you
that's
put it
still
right at
smoke,
the
which is
entrance.
visible, so
you can make stuff
Sophia, after doing her alert spells, her two alert spells near the entrance, would go ahead and put dancing lights throughout the cave.
By the time Rom returns from her conversation with Owen, Walker has retrieved his symbol of change and is kind of just staring at it. I could say he's being contemplative, but he definitely doesn't. He looks too tired to be that thing.
Rom will keep an eye on him as bade.
Is Owen able to help the trees at all then with his song?
Yeah, you're not helping them to grow, but at least you're putting forth an effort to keep them from being significantly wounded. There will need to be time, but they will make it.
Good enough for me. Once he's satisfied with his handiwork, Owen's going to join the others in the cave and specifically look over Walker and see if he can perhaps discern without asking what is wrong with him.
Like, I'm sure Owen remembers seeing Walker hit walls before. It's very similar, but he still seems to be pressing on despite that. It's, though it's not really clear what he's exactly doing. He's just kind of staring at the funny symbol, you know? It's a very similar vibe, if you will, to how he just kind of keeps going, despite his typical exhaustion, compounded with the whole new flavor of exhaustion of using magic.
Unsatisfied with his observations, Owen's gonna go sit next to Walker and, like he usually does, he's quiet for a moment. And then he says, "You look tired, Walker."
I feel it.
You should get some sleep tonight.
Yeah. Don't you think it's foolish?
Don't I think what's foolish?
Not making it darker. Clearly it'd be harder to see that way. Walker kind of like drops the holy symbol, so it's like sitting flush with the ground isn't exactly the right word. It's a cave, but yeah, it's sitting on the ground. It's a stealth job. Needs to be. You're making something. Make it right.
I mean, Onyx isn't a barn owl. I don't know of many barn owls that are black.
It's not a real barn owl. It doesn't have to be exactly like one. Most red banders aren't going to know what barn owls look like.
I know, but I doubt most red banders would distinguish one barn owl from another.
Exactly. If it's going to be harder, then the only thing that matters is how hard it is to see at that point.
Is this really what's bothering you, Walker?
Walker just kind of mumbles a bit. You make something, you gotta make it right. Walker kind of puts his hand forward, like kind of over the symbol on the ground, and Owen would see a very similar cloud of fog begin to emanate around it, with that light distance within.
Ah. Are you having second thoughts about the symbol you chose?
No second thoughts. Nothing like that. Walker continues to mumble about, should have been darker, stealth job. When you make something, you make it right. And that goes on for a little while. Maybe one might say, hang on. Hang on just a second. One might say about 10 minutes. Near the end of that time, anyone who's watching would see that the cloud of smoke begins to grow quite considerably, eventually taking the shape of a creature that's walking on all fours.
Ayo?
Owen would soon recognize the form of a horse. The fog cloud would then materialize from its shape into an actual horse that is midnight black.
How like a normal sized horse?
Yeah, like a slightly big horse. Like one might say a war horse. One might say that.
In the cave that we're in?
Yeah.
Yeah, it fits then, just about.
And then, hang on, let me just real quick, just cast a spell. And then I think Walker's just gonna fall asleep, exhausted. Once it's done, he'll kind of like, yeah, something like that, and then just fucking fall asleep.
Can Sophia recognize this as like what she does?
I mean, yeah. Yeah.
Owen's gonna like sputter a little bit, and then he's gonna glance sideways at the now snoring Walker, and before he gets too excited about a new horse, he's gonna tuck Walker in.
Is that like how much magic can he cast?
I haven't the foggiest.
He certainly seems to be learning fast.
I imagine Evian was like outside taking a piss or something. And he walks back in and he's like,
a fucking horse.
He's like, where did we get another horse? When did we get another horse? How did the horse get into the cave past me? What?
Walker made it.
Yeah.
Somehow.
Walker made a horse.
I mean, I think it's kind of how I make Billy appear.
Right.
I think.
Notable is that while the horse is entirely black, its eyes are golden in color.
Bro, you steal my magic, now you steal my horse too?
Listen.
Come on,
it's
bro.
exactly what Walker wanted.
Once he gets done tucking Walker in to his night.
His bedroll's probably like on his pack, which is right next to him where he was sitting. So, yeah.
One's gonna get up and introduce himself to this new friend. I don't think it's like too far out of character for Owen to just like have a sugar cube or something like on him.
Ben,
or
please
something
tell
like
me,
that.
Ben, please tell me it's actually canon now that summoning will not eat.
No, don't do this.
Please, please.
No.
Since Billy, I said can't eat.
No.
Onyx eats though.
Onyx is
does
a
eat.
familiar who stays up all the time. This
And apparently
horse
you're a
only stays
coward
up-
who hates Owen.
Yes.
How dare you?
Unlike.
Anyway, so at this point,
That spell that he did is different from.
it is. So we will see what
Is
happens.
it Find Steed? Oh, that would be different.
Oh, and you hold up a cube of sugar.
Or either that or like
a salt lick.
Yeah, something like a horse thing that he
It-
just
Salt
has
lick
in
is
his
big,
pocket.
you fool.
It kind of just gives this like quiet, just and like begins slowly licking it.
Owen's gonna take his other hand and begin stroking its mane and murmuring softly to it, like, oh, there's a good, and he like looks under. Lad? ?
Yeah, I guess. Yeah.
There's a good lad.
Hang on. Yeah, all right. One is a dude. It's a girl.
There's a good lass.
It just kind of shakes its mane a little bit and kind of looks at Walker, and it then begins to like lay down next to him.
Owen gets that look. Everyone else sees. It is plain on his face. Owen gets that look like when all of you guys look at Ven's pictures of his cats. That's how Owen looks at Walker and his horse friend.
Horses don't lay down usually.
Yes, they do.
What about magic horses?
No. But
Alex?
horses do lay down, but they only lay down if they feel like they're a very safe environment with people that they can trust, or other things they can trust.
I thought it was a bad sign if a horse lays
That's
down.
cows.
That they don't feel good.
I mean, they could if they don't feel good, but if they feel comfortable, they will lay down.
Yeah, Alex, I fucking double-checked this.
I'm not an expert.
I
on
literally
horses.
double-checked this on the off chance you would correct me if I was wrong.
I mean, I know this because I grew up with my best friend being a horse girl who owns a horse. So
Was her name Owen
Also
Nectar?
funny.
No, it was not.
The prince.
It still is not. Her name is not Owen.
Anyway, so you see it kind of like move over and lick Walker on the head a couple times, and then just curl up and just kind of look around at everyone and lay down.
Well, don't that beat all?
Do they do that? Appear at random?
No, Ishri, it's
No. What?
Horses are all very powerful wizards.
What?
Evian.
Don't
Evian,
listen
stop.
to anything Evian says. He is trying to fool you.
Ishri is backed away as far from the horse as possible.
The horse has been summoned with magic, but cannot cast magic itself. It is also currently harmless, and it laying down means it just wants to rest.
Ishri nods, but she does kind of like squint her eyes at the horse for a bit.
I'm sure
Suspiciously.
Walker will have more to say on it in the morning. And besides, Ishri, think of it this way. After all we've said, even after everything his own father has said, that horse has gotten Moses Walker to get a full night's sleep. I count that as a win.
Ishri nods.
You're right.
We need to get more horses then.
Perhaps more magical horses.
I mean, I can bring in Billy.
No, I mean, do as you wish. And he kind of like looks away,
I mean, the cave does keep going.
trying to cover his mistake.
You said the cave keeps going?
Yeah.
And no one scouted it for bears?
Nope.
Ishri's gonna scout the cave.
Well, there's no way a bear could have went in here with the way it was originally set up, and it now only has an opening big enough for like a human or a little bit bigger. Before that, it was like maybe.
Gonna get out.
I will not.
The horse is gonna. This is Walker's cave horse. It lives here now.
That's pretty.
We're gonna
funny.
need a fucking crane to get this horse out of here. Wait, we can just have Sophia cast Reduce on it, and then it'll be a tiny horse.
There you go.
Wait, Spellslot's getting his fucking horse out.
Your suitcase horse outside.
We got a fucking tiny horse, bro.
We can send the tiny horse at the red band. They'll be terrified.
Well, enlarge the horse and send it over.
Ishri, you were heading down the cave.
Trojan horse them.
Yeah.
We're gonna get inside of the horse. What the fuck?
You head down, Ishri, and it begins to decline more at maybe a 10-degree angle after maybe 20 feet or so. Keep going.
Evian will go with Ishri.
Yeah, Sophia will like come along.
She scans their magic eyes every once in a while.
Nothing imminently magic.
Sophia is using a dancing light to be able to see.
Okay, so you guys have lights. You have every step you got Ishri going with all of her armor.
Oh yeah.
I was assuming she was in her armor and not in her armor.
I mean, she's gonna take it off until she gets exhausted again, so it's gonna be a while.
God.
It's so gross.
You make it about another 20 feet down this decline, and it then has a sharp turn left and a separate turn, like, at a right, like... So, like, 45 degrees left and, like, 90 to 100 degrees left are where it turns. The 45 degrees left one turns at a very steep angle down. Like 70 or 80 degrees.
Maybe don't go down that.
The other one, does not immediately... Ishri, you have dark vision, correct?
Real good dark vision.
You can give me a perception check on this.
Don't we also have dancing lights?
You do have dancing lights, so I will take perception checks with disadvantage from the other.
I'll like send one a little bit further down if possible.
Huh.
Give me a second. I can.
Down which way? The one to the, like, far left or the one to the kind of left?
I'd send one both direction, keeping one with us. I don't see anything.
Oof.
Nope, the
I'm
only person noticing...
by my old light.
Ishri, at the bottom of the one that is going, like, at an 80-degree angle, can't tell, maybe 20 or 30 feet, there are definitely piles of bones.
Cool. Oh, nice.
Ishri says bones on there, bones. She grabs
at this point, as you're saying that, you hear coming from further down the steep cave, and then this plopping sound as something is moving very quickly to you.
Oh my god!
And that is where we're gonna end today's session.
Man, I can't believe Walker got past us in the cave somehow.
He's a sleepy boy.
So yes, as you guys have made it now into a... Well, I was gonna say safe cave, but you went to explore it further.
Hey, William, how does it feel to know that you might as well just not show up for the first, like, 3 hours of D&D next week?
Pretty funny.
Oh, well...
I'll be here anyway.
That's a wrap. We have explored the cave. We are going into some action.
It was great.
Holy shit. Next week's gonna be fun, right? We're gonna have fun. We're gonna play D&D.
We're gonna attack something.
All I'm saying is, I can play the horse. It can trample.
It's true.
In a cramped cave?
Yeah! Fuck it, dude!
It's just going to be so no one can get around it because it's too fucking big.
Yep.
We'll see next week.